So, moin. Sorry for the slight delay. I'm having issues with Microsoft FlightSim. Anybody else having issues? I had really bad performance. The main thread getting absolutely hammered, and then I restarted the PC, restarted the sim, and it just froze completely. So hopefully this time it works. Hello to Lee, Mark, Gudevi, and McChester. Nice to see you. Looking forward to talking to you in a few minutes. Organ Aviator, hallo to you. Svenja, wie geht's dir? Liebe Grüße. Und Eisi, auch dir liebe Grüße. Im Urlaub, in der Sonne. Pilot 19, hello. MAN, hello. Linus, hello to you as well. Voyager, moin, wie geht's dir? Voyager, have you been having issues with thunderstorms today as well? And yesterday? Man, the weather here is crazy. Ulas, hello to you. And somehow your PC crashes when flying. MSF is crazy. Hey, TXM, hello. Good. So, as the title says, today we need to talk about VATSIM, especially about us pilots on VATSIM. So I've been contacted by a good friend, McChester, who has been involved with VATSIM for over 20 years. So he's a mentor and trainer there, and with an incredible amount of experience. And he contacted me and asked if I want to do a live stream with him, where we will have a look at the current pressing issues surrounding the VATSIM network. And of course, there's a lot of topics we have to cover today. I made a little list and I talked to Alex or McChester a couple of days ago, where we made a list on all the topics we want to address today. But however, we also want to take in your questions and your comments, your suggestions. So it's not a bashing of the pilots, right? It's more a educational intended format, where we'll talk about the pressing issues. We'll talk about what we pilots can do to maybe improve the way we approach VATSIM and the way we perform on VATSIM. And then also maybe we get some feedback towards VATSIM itself and the controllers there,
the Captain Black Box,
to see what they can maybe do to help us pilots.
New subscribers, please make your way
and
to
Isaac, vielen Dank.
cabin,
Thank you so much
where
for the 14
drinks,
months.
Snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Let's listen to the...
Now you can admit it. LH had given you a B787 Gerapinas retirement gift and forgot to replace it. Fortunately, nobody was serious injured.
Yeah. Man, I'm sure all of you have heard and seen the pictures of the Lufthansa 787 that had a nose gear collapse in Frankfurt yesterday. And yesterday we had people around for the
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box.
for the
Hello,
air conditioning
Black
unit,
Box.
and I can show you that. Hang on, let me just have a look here.
To the first class cabin, where complimentary
There's the
drinks,
wall,
snacks and premium flight
and there's the
entertainment will
air
be
conditioning
served.
unit.
Thank you.
It's currently off. I've just had it on prior to the stream.
Wochenende.
Yeah, Wochenende. Hello to Adiole. Thank you so much for 15 months. Yeah, so finally I've got my air conditioning unit. We had 2 rooms under the roof here fitted with air conditioning, top notch, very, very quiet. You won't hear it. Actually, I can turn it on so you can see that it doesn't make literally any noise at all. So let's turn it on. All via app. There it comes. Yeah, so it's a game changer. An absolute game changer. Regarding my temperatures here in the room, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. So now, excuse me for the legs here. There we go, and then let me just adjust the picture here. Make sure that we get. Hey Brennald, wie geht's dir? Schön dich zu sehen. Yeah, Brennald, I'm sorry to hear that. Your boat trip was a little bit wet. From above, lots of bad weather, unfortunately, right? So, yeah, but like I said, no more excuses regarding summertime and hot room temperatures. I'm now very happy to have a lovely air-conditioned room. Yeah, Also love the fact that you can, you can have these the app here, allowing you to adjust things very simply. And I also checked the outside unit, which is located on the garage, and it's so quiet you can barely hear it. Nobody. Well, that's good news, right? Nobody was forced to swim. And that's good news. Right. Let me just quickly hop in. And we're not going to do a whole boarding shenanigans. We're just going to go instant loading. Then we'll do a briefing. And then we'll get McChester into the chat with us here, into the voice chat. And then we'll start the stream and then the discussions. Yes, exactly. This is the new version here from... Right, let's see. Let's go hop in. Oh, let's hop inside here.
You need to start the engines to request
What is happening?
services.
Right, calm down. There you go. And then panel states, we're going to do that with APU on. Activate. And Master Uguay, hello to you, Organ. No, I've not. Well, we did demonstrate it, but there's been another update. And Fishkop, hello, wie geht's dir? Well, shorts, yeah. I mean, it's summertime, right? It's still warm, but I mean, I don't want to have 18 degrees in here, right? I get cold. No, 22 degrees is all I need. Right, let's do instant loading here, and then let's see. Let's hop onto VATSIM. Let's see if we have control here. the wallpaper looks like VATSIM crash. Yeah, it literally does, doesn't it? Let me see now. There we go. Does that work? Oh, hang on. I need to start my Sim App Pro. Now, I wonder if it's Sim App Pro that's causing issues. Right, connecting to VATSIM. Let's see if this parking spot is now been taken. Let me just see. Hang on. Didn't I? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Now, please, have you not saved my viewpoints? The EFB capped. Oh, maybe they didn't set it yet. Yeah. I probably didn't have that yet set as a shortcut there. Save assignment. I'm not sure, guys. Is anyone still having issues with saving profiles here in Microsoft Flight Sim? Because I literally had to do all my settings again. Which is really annoying. Let's save that viewpoint. Fantastic. Cool. All right. Hey, Lilo, how are you doing? Yeah, something's wrong. My parking spot wasn't taken. Let me just see here. Oh yeah, you see that's the issue. Look, that's exactly what I mean. So I switched off all the additional aircraft under graphics and then globe. Look, it's reset everything to ultra again. Why? I'm just gonna put high end. Like, why is it doing that? Really annoying. Right, I don't want any other aircraft in here. I don't want quantity off. I don't want cars. Well, I want a few cars, but sea traffic medium, fauna medium, seatbelt visibility off, obviously. What do you mean that's the NVIDIA app? Is it? Oh, hang on. Darn, you could be right. Yeah, Izzy, I think you're right. Yeah, you could be correct. Right. Anyways, let's continue. Fish cup, yeah, no worries. We'll wait for you. Cool. In the meantime, let's hop in to Discord and then welcome our good friend McChester. It is now, what time is it? Yeah, 1:15. Time to bring him in. Time to bring him in. Right. Hold on. Good, and then also, hello.
Ja, servus, grüß dich.
Servus. Right, guys, let me know if Alex is, I mean, he has a beautiful voice anyways, but if it's loud enough. Test. Right.
So yeah, talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, should be good. Well, I can always boost on my side if people are of the opinion that it needs to be improved. Good. So Alex, how are you?
Thank you. Absolutely amazing, and thank you very much for having me.
Excellent. Right. So you contacted me a while back, like 3-4 weeks back, I think it was, and you said, "How about we two get together and do a live stream? A normal flight A to B, and then with some longer cruise phase in it, where we can talk about the current pressing topics regarding the way things are developing on the VATSIM network, and especially how the incredible amount of new pilots that we've gotten through Microsoft FlightSim, which is great on one hand, but also has been starting to cause issues because pilots flying on VATSIM are very often badly prepared. They don't use, or they don't stick to the rules regarding VATSIM. And so today, we will talk about many of these pressing topics, and then maybe at the end we can all learn from each other. I know that I'm not the perfect VATSIM pilot either. So sometimes I miss radio calls. Sometimes I didn't read the airport information manual, completely. So there's a lot of things that I can take away as well, for sure. But yeah, that's the general scheme for today. But again, it's not about bashing. So it is in order to get a mutual understanding between pilots and controllers, knowing that there's an enormous amount of work going into the VATSIM ATC network, the people there, the amount of training the pilots or the controllers have to do there. But that's a separate topic that we'll get into today, that we have to address. So we'll talk about the typical daily issues. We are. What do you mean? We are talking English, crazy mind. Today's stream is English. The typical daily issues for the VATSIM controllers that they are witnessing. What are the biggest differences between the real and virtual ATC? And then also, generally speaking, if pilots and air traffic controllers wish to experience a real-to-life experience on VATSIM, and I think that's what we really want. Both sides need to do their own homework, i.e. preparations, to achieve that goal. Is that in general, Alex, something?
Yeah, So you hit it on the head. So basically, that's exactly what I want to talk about with you. I mean, of course, you're absolutely correct. There's not supposed to be any kind of bashing or whatsoever in any direction. But there will be, of course, one or the other unpopular opinion amongst pilots, maybe. But I'm open to criticism at any time. So I will be reading the chat as well. Let me tell you, because you said you are not, you're considering yourself not to be the perfect pilot. There is no perfect pilot. Every pilot misses a call from time to time, and that's not a big issue at all in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, it's the pre-planning, it's the being at the right mindset at the right time, and thinking ahead for a certain amount of time. That is a make or break for any aircraft operation, in my opinion, and furthermore than for the ATC side of operations.
Yeah.
So the thing is, you're absolutely correct. I called you, but for that topic, but that was actually a long time ago that I messaged you for the very first time.
Okay.
There was a very concrete thing, a very concrete incident that was involving an event in Salzburg where you were flying into late in the last year, so late 2025, if I remember correctly. And I can remember that you were astounded on frequency by the lack of understanding, the lack of attention, the lack of cooperation on the pilot side that you experienced on your end as a fellow pilot. And I can remember very as if it was yesterday, how we were actually, we were frustrated at this very point, because we were planning the whole event, and we had a whole roster lined up for the event, and there was a lot of traffic, and then there's some things happened that made the whole situation unbearable for us. And this was the situation where I first messaged you about this, that I felt your frustration, and I wanted to talk about this in more detail on a larger audience.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, like I said at the beginning, we have a nice cruise flight time today to discuss many topics and to get your questions. Please hold back with the questions for now, for all the viewers here. Again, be patient. Once we are airborne and in flight, we can discuss all these topics in very great detail. So, Alex, in the meantime, can you maybe just talk a little bit about your VATSIM experience? And also, you as a air traffic controller there, and also your connection to the real world air traffic control system, if you want.
Yes, of course. So my name is Alex. I'm 43 years old right now. I started flight simming back in 1994. That's when my father gave me FIFA Soccer as my first computer game for me to play, and it didn't work on my computer, and we brought it back to Saturn, and I was able to choose something to exchange this game to, and my choice was Microsoft Flight Simulator 5 version 5 in 1994. That was early 1994, and that's when my flight sim interest was sparkled, and I really started to get into flight simming at a very young age. I started at VATSIM in 2004.
Wow.
As a pilot, and started controlling in the same year actually when I started flying, so late 2004. And have flown on VATSIM ever since 2004, so for 22 years by now, and controlling for 22 years. In the late 2010s, I became the director of the Austrian VATSIM department.
Okay.
So I ran the show there for, I think it was 4 years.
Okay.
And I became a father during the Corona pandemic, and that's when I put down all of my official titles on VATSIM.
Understandable.
In any
yeah.
regard. So.
Yeah, fully understandable.
I'm still very tightly involved with the staff in Austria, and also have tight connections to staff positions all around VATSIM. But I do not have any official capacity. In my real life connection is that in 2008 I started training as an air traffic controller in Austria, which was unfortunately not successful. The training for ATC was terminated in 2011.
Okay.
I worked as a flight information officer ever since. So whoever is flying VFR in Austria, Wien Information, may have heard my voice there. I'm also involved with a lot of, so I'm only doing this for a certain percentage. The rest of my time I'm very involved in new air traffic control systems, in all subsystems that we work on. And so I have a technical background in that as well. And I'm now in charge of leading us into the future with our new air traffic control system.
Nice. Excellent. There you go. Hello, hey.
Yeah. But one thing, I also hold a private pilot's license.
Nice.
So I'm flying. I used to fly VFR. I stopped flying VFR. Also when I met my wife, because she's not able to fly small airplanes as a passenger because she gets sick very easily. So I stopped flying VFR then, because it doesn't make any sense for me to just fly alone.
Yeah. Fully understand. And I know how time intensive it is. And on the topic of approaching certain things in life, with the respective professionalism, and I've talked about this as well. VFR flying needs the same professionalism as airline flying does. So you need to take those topics extremely serious. Otherwise, I mean, it doesn't mean you can't have fun, but you need to take these topics seriously in order to operate safely, on every flight.
Exactly.
Good. All right. So I've pretty much programmed the FMS. Now, if you guys have general questions regarding air traffic control, and maybe the differences, the difference between real world and virtual ATC. Is there anything that you guys would like to know, to compare or comment on?
If you want, I can start off, maybe to get the people a little bit of ideas for questions that they could ask.
Yeah, sure.
So one of the main differences that is between VATSIM and the real life environment is twofold. One of the things that is a very big difference is that in real life we do have a planner or coordinator, depending on the unit you're working on. So you have a second pair of eyes and somebody who takes all the calls for you and makes the pre-planning for you. So the guy who speaks with the aircraft is actually just a Muppet talking to the pilot, whereas the whole pre-planning is being done by the coordinator who has who designs a plan, and you as the executive, just as the name implies, execute that. That's one of the main differences. On VATSIM, you are truly on your own. If some coordination needs to be done, you have to do this by yourself in between radio calls, which can be so. There are times on VATSIM where you have 90, 95, 98% radio congestion. And making coordinations in between can be very difficult. And the other thing that is big difference between real life and VATSIM is that VATSIM, so your controller client on VATSIM, is all knowing. So you have all the information that is out there. You theoretically you can know the position of each and every aircraft. You have all the flight plans. You have everything at your fingertips. And in real life, everything is dependent on message transfer, so via OLD or via AFTN. So these are protocols where with which air traffic control centers coordinate and exchange messages. And things like missing flight plans or overdue estimates and correlations or flights that are entering your airspace because they're deviating from thunderstorms and you do not have a flight plan. You have no idea which type of aircraft it is, what the cause it is, what the route is. All those things that is one big thing that is also a huge difference on VATSIM to real life.
Okay. And hey Tommy, well, But that's exactly what Alex was just describing. Is that if the ATC in real life can be more chilled because of the fact there's two people at the scope there, that they can distribute the workload between each other. I would imagine on some event days, especially in some sectors, you actually get more traffic on VATSIM than IRL. So each controller there on VATSIM has to control more aircraft compared to their counterparts in the real world.
That is absolutely correct.
Yeah. So
So
go ahead.
what happens then is that currently when we plan an event, we staff each and every position by one person because there is no infrastructure, no dedicated infrastructure to provide any station with a dedicated coordinator. There are ways, but they are not officially supported by VATSIM. So each and every one is working on their own, and the sector capacities in real life are made or are evaluated in a way that they are safe at any time. So the real life capacities are not going to a point where it is absolutely the sector is drowning, but a very high margin between what a sector would be theoretically capable of handling and what is actually considered to be safe.
Okay. Yeah. We got a question from Fishkop, a little bit off topic, but he would like to know how good the radar coverage is in the Austrian mountains. I mean, I guess that's real world.
Yeah.
So at what altitude would you be able to pick, let's say GE aircraft up that are flying in between mountains?
So in north of the Alps and east of the Alps, we have radar coverage and radio coverage down to the ground. And in the Alps, it depends on where the traffic is. So there is a very popular valley that is going from the east all the way to the west, connecting several valleys. So that's the part Liesingtal, the Enstal and Salzachtal, connecting all the way to the Inntal and then over Arlberg over to Vorarlberg. In this valley, we can look down to several hundred feet to a few thousand feet above ground because we have ADS-B receivers there. We can we get the Mozilla data via multilateration, and we have radio coverage that is depending on the location between, I would say, 2,000 and 6,000 feet AGL. In the higher areas where there is, let's say, a lot of interconnected valleys, the radar and radio coverage can be as bad as being able to see an aircraft 10,000 feet and above only, so below 10,000 we are blind. For example, in the Glockner area, where the Großglockner, the highest mountain in Austria is, everything below 10,000 is just invisible.
Okay, thank you much. Elias, hello to you, and just posted the question there. Actually, the answer, I'm not sure if it goes through on YouTube as well. Ja, Fischkopf, sehr gerne. Thanks for the question. So I have to post that again here in order for people to see that on YouTube. There was a question regarding why we switch off packs for takeoff in the Airbus. So that's the first part, and that's the second part. It's a shame that YouTube doesn't allow more text. Is that extra chip? Why is that here?
In the meantime, Flying Greenland said that on VATSIM, that's one big difference that I tend to forget because I do not do top-down. I only control when I have units below me normally. But on VATSIM, when you're working on an ACC sector or an approach sector, you work actually top-down. So you have to also cover all the stations that are below you. So if you're working in a center position, ACC position, you have to work each and every approach unit and each and every tower and each and every ground as well. That's absolutely correct, yeah. Okay.
And hello to Flying Greenland. Nice to see you. Good. Let me just, and Iowa Scotsman, hello to you as well. Let me just get the clearance out here, and then Porto, ground one dia from Austrian 71 Bravo, Sierra 35 and A321 information Tango requesting clearance space.
Austrian 71 Bravo, good afternoon. Information Tango QNH 1017, break you clear to your destination, Bell do 9 Echo departure, climb flight level 100, squawk 6767.
The Austrian 71 Bravo is cleared to Austria, Vienna, Austria, via the Beldu 9 Echo departure, runway 35, initial climb level 100 and squawk 6767.
Austrian 71 Bravo, is that correct? Report ready.
Wilco, Austrian 71 Bravo. Good. Okay, so we've prepared everything for departure out of runway 35. Just got the clearance for the Beldu 9 Echo departure, which is an ANAF SID. So one thing pilots have to do here, obviously, is check the waypoints that they match up with your EFB, Udrup 3000 above. And again, it's I did not mute you, did I? Hang on, Alex.
Ja, geht schon.
Okay,
Du hast nur, you just muted your voice while you were talking to the ATC, and I was wondering because I saw you talk in the stream.
No, because that's what we do with shared cockpit. But I can I'll switch it off later in flight. Yeah, so this is one of the things, guys, as a pilot, right? If you want to fly on VATSIM, I know it's exciting. It's an exciting new world, and you can't wait to get on VATSIM and you know, use the wonderful service there. But again, pilots need to understand that. Let's go this way. Pilots here on VATSIM, we have a luxury of just buying a flight sim, buying the aircraft add-on, install the free Pilot Edge app or vPilot app, or the vPilot app, and then just simply register at VATSIM and fly, right? While if you want to be an air traffic controller on VATSIM, you have to train, you have to learn the procedures, train with a mentor. You have to do many tests, right? You have a final exam, and then you get to kind of the basic level, and then if you want to proceed to the higher levels, you know, on the VATSIM network, again, you have to train, you have to learn, you have to read all the correct procedures, you know, have them down, and then do the exams, etc. Right? So it's a huge difference in the requirements, you know, regarding pilots and controllers here on VATSIM. So the only thing really we can do is to appeal to the pilots to use YouTube tutorial videos, to use whatever kind of, you know, area or, you know, country VATSIM web pages give you as information, free information there. But we, as the pilots, we need to actively learn, right? In order not to completely make a fool out of ourselves, A, and B, make the whole experience for every other pilot on the VATSIM network, you know, terrible. So I can only ask, you know, please, for every new pilot. Now, I'm not saying you have to be perfect. That's not what I'm saying, right? When I started out on VATSIM or in the real world, I wasn't perfect, right? It takes weeks and months to really get proficient and really get comfortable and knowledgeable on all the procedures, all the voice calls, etc. But that's the way it is, right? And then there's special events on VATSIM, right? So one of the big things is don't jump in on you know, Frankfurt Friday as an example, right? On your first VATSIM encounter. Choose an airport that's small, that has you know, online service. Look at the procedures there. Type in your flight plan, new pilot, you know, please talk slowly, whatever. The VATSIM controller will definitely take care of that. And just go in little steps, right? Get your experience, you know. And there's another event sometimes, First Wings, I think it's called on VATSIM, where, you know, it's being held especially for the new pilots, right? Anything else you would like to add on that, Alex?
Yeah, thank you. The thing is, as a general rule of thumb on VATSIM, is if you do not understand anything, something, or if you are questioning a clearance or what the controller said, the one thing you always do is ask, just confirm what he was intending with the clearance. Just talk to each other, get in that conversation. One of the most annoying things that you can have as a VATSIM controller is that a pilot just, let's say, plainly reads back what he heard on the frequency, and the controller is satisfied. But the readbacks are not for the controller to be satisfied. The readbacks are for the controller to make sure that the pilot is doing what he was told to. So, and if he gets cleared for an approach that he did not brief or does not understand, or if he was cleared for a clearance that he never heard before, then do not just read it back, but ask the controller what he means by that. And I promise you that each and every one controller, if asked what you mean by that clearance, I don't understand the clearance, he will take the time and explain it to you, or if he doesn't have the time, he will give you a different clearance that makes sure that you will understand the clearance, and that he can still plan with the fact that you will do what the controller intends you to do.
Okay. Yeah, good point. Yeah. So don't shy away. Don't think, oh no, if I'm going to be, I'll look stupid if I ask now what he meant by that. I'll just pretend I understood, and then you start flying, and not according to clearance, but you're doing things, and the controller's suddenly you're wondering what are you doing? Right? I just gave you clearance. You said you understood it, so why are you flying in an incorrect manner? Again, there's no stupid questions, right? There's just stupid actions, right? So if you don't understand,
exactly.
Yeah.
Many people shy away from VATSIM because they have this VATSIM has a reputation of being an elitist club, and that you're being looked upon from up above if you're not a super pro pilot or whatever, and that's simply not the case. VATSIM is a learning environment, and I'm doing this for over 22 years, and I'm standing by that, and I will die on that hill. That VATSIM is a learning environment that takes all the time it needs for new pilots to get grips with things. But for that to happen, one has to acknowledge and admit that he doesn't know what is being told to him, and that he does not know what to do next.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Okay.
Right, so let me just use the time here to quickly get briefing out, and let's get going. And in the meantime, Alex, you can take a sip or two of a cold drink.
Oh yeah, I'm also gonna have my
voice.
Weißer Spitzer here, so
Yeah.
Weißweinschorle, white wine with soda water,
nice,
as is due for an Austrian.
Excellent. ATC there, and Cargo Pilot, hello to you as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So assume, right? Never assume, because it makes an ass out of you and me. Right? That's a shortcut for you. Assume. Okay. So just like in real life.
So one thing, because you mentioned that the controllers go through all the training, we not only go through the training, but we also have to maintain our ratings in some countries, in some VACCs.
Okay.
So in order to be allowed to control a certain sector, you have to have some minimum hours per time frame, mostly it's 3 months or 6 months, in order to maintain your rating and your endorsement. So if you go on a leave, so if you stop controlling for, let's say, 1 or 2 years, you have to go through reintegration training, basically. That is maybe not the big thing in most countries, but in many of the busier countries in Europe, this is taken very seriously, because ATC is a team sport, and if you're controlling, you're controlling with a lot of adjacent sectors, and one of the things that is very important to do as an ATC is be mindful of your adjacent sectors and work together with them. And so each and every one has to work the same procedures and be aware of the same sectorization. That's a very big thing.
Okay. Excellent. Right, departing, as I said, we've checked the flight plan, made sure that the clearance, the Beldou 9 Echo departure, is what we have here on the chart, and that the waypoints are matching up. Usually it's no issue. Database will have the correct waypoints, but still, as pilots, we have to make sure here that the chart is, which is master, is in alignment with the programmed routing there, including all of the restrictions, right? Also very important. In real life, if you bust restrictions, especially altitude restrictions, and you get a kind of a pilot deviation report, it can get very expensive. IRL, you can get some nasty fines with that. So make sure you know, prepare and take the same kind of precautions here on VATSIM, right? Good. So another thing, very important thing, which I have to say as well, I sometimes don't do that here on VATSIM. I should now in real life, because it has so much more negative impact if you miss some important information there. You know, you do read these things IRL, right? So here, for example, it says contact port to approach after takeoff. So the last thing you'll hear from the tower is the takeoff clearance, and then he will not necessarily tell you to contact the port approach sector. They expect you to switch over automatically, right? And it says clearly contact port approach after takeoff, right? SIT noise abatement routings, radar vectoring involving deviation from SIT may be used. If unable FMS RNAV, SIT advise ATC, and in case of GPS failure, etc., etc. Right?
Charlie Papa Alpha, continue taxiing to
yeah, initial climb was
60
100.
via Econ Sierra.
Engine out, straight out to 351 degree track, 15 miles to hold. NADP 2 is set. And sector all around is, let's see, well, to the west it's better because we have water there, 2,200, otherwise 3,000 meters. Beyond 15 miles, it's going to get very high quickly with the MSA, so we're going to be careful with that. And apart from that, yeah, we are planning with a flap 2 takeoff. And again, we're using the A321 today. So this beauty here, with sharklets and CFM engines. No technical issues at the moment. Hopefully it stays that way. And otherwise, special threats, covered already terrain. You guys see any threats today that I don't? I know, Pilot Lad. Some people are so knowledgeable, they know exactly that the Austrian doesn't have sharklets. Just let me have fun with that. Good. Okay, then we're going to read the first checklist. Cockpit.
Test.
Yeah, test. Exactly. the cockpit preparation checklist here. So gear pins, covers are being removed. Fuel quantity is 12,400 kilograms. And balanced. A little bit of center tank fuel, but not much though. I think once we get the flaps out, those center tank pumps will be switched off. 310 kilograms shouldn't be enough. We have the seat belts not on yet. What happened there? Seat belts are now on. ADIRs. We're going to check data, make sure they have all NAF, which they do. And then Barbara Ref 1017 set 3 times. Yeah, one thing though, why am I not having... And let's switch off the flat directors quickly. So I'm missing a prompt there. Right. 1 FD2. And then let's press heading NAF.
Charlie Papa Alpha, Charlie 9, thanks for service, over.
Right, I'm just wondering, guys. So normally we'd get something here with in B, you're right. Yeah, you see, I've not flown Airbus for a while. Like I mentioned, I was so shocked yesterday from the incident in Frankfurt. I guess you saw that as well, Alex?
Sorry, which?
The Lufthansa nose gear collapse.
Oh yes, of course, yeah. That was absolutely baffling. I had a flashback because in 2004, 2003, somewhere in that regard, I had a flight, a 747 flight as a co-pilot next morning.
All stations, Porto ground is now closing. Contact tower 118.005. Bye-bye.
Thank you much for the service, 18005. Bye-bye. So I flew to Frankfurt. I didn't know about the 747 incident back then. I was parked. We were parked on the apron, got into the passenger bus, and then we drove by bus to Terminal 1. And then suddenly we came around a corner, and all I saw was the 747 tail stick up high above all the other tails there. And I was like, my brain just didn't comprehend what was going on there. And then we got past it, and I saw the aircraft lie on its nose, bearing a pushback truck beneath it. So it happened back then that, and I'm not saying it happened this time with the 787. That is completely under investigation at the moment, and no clear reasons been given yet what happened there yesterday. But with the 747, what happened there was the maintenance was supposed to do a gear function check at the aircraft, and it's something that happens regularly and is I would say normal procedure. I mean, I'm not sure if you're Yoda, you're here. Yoda is a real-world technician, by the way, and he's now rated on the 787, 777 as well. And so, he knows that those tests happen, and there's certain things, checklists, just like we pilots, maintenance has checklists that they have to go through in order to make sure that they don't miss any important steps, which then could lead into some serious incident like a nose gear collapse, right? But back in the day with the 747, what happened there was that the maintenance put the pins at the main gear, and then at the nose gear, they should have gotten a ladder and put the pin in by hand. Now they had some sort of pole where they could connect the pin to, and then put the pin in, without a ladder. But it turns out that the pin's placement then wasn't correctly set, and then as the maintenance did their check, what they do is they override the gear lock mechanism, because when the aircraft is in ground mode, so they have sensors at the main gear, telling the aircraft systems, hey, I'm on the ground. So the valves, which would then initiate and do the whole gear movement and the gear door movement, would be blocked. But like I said, maintenance has means of pulling circuit breakers or going through the computer pages there in the aircraft, and then getting the aircraft in a simulated flight state, and then being able to override the lock mechanism to move the gear lever. And of course, if everything is set correctly, the gear itself doesn't move, but the systems internally, they do their checks, check the valves, check the signals, etc., and then check the proximity switches for the doors, etc., etc. Hey, Drehstücklot. And then the whole system does their test, and then once the test is complete, it'll give you either a green light, right, all good, or it'll tell you, this sensor is broken, right, needs to be replaced, or maybe you can dispatch via MEL. But yeah, back then with the 747, the nose gear retracted because the pin wasn't placed properly. There was an incident with the BA 747, which was 787, which was also completely analyzed, and they came to the conclusion that it was a bit misleading where the pin placement was. So the holes for the pin to be inserted was right next to the, I don't know, Yoda, how you would call that. Like it's a normal bracket for the gear where it moves around, and it has holes as well. So they placed the pin not in the correct gear pin holes, but in the holes in front of it, which then of course did not prevent the nose gear from moving, and the nose gear moved up as the mechanics did their test, right? So yeah. So these mistakes are dangerous. It seems like what news outlets said that yesterday they had some injuries from people that were on board. Apex, you call that? Okay, the Apex.
Lower Porto Ground,
And
Air France 1.
now, luckily, nobody got killed.
Australia C2, request clearance to Charles de Gaulle.
So the ground test, you have to move the data load switch into enable, which removes basically all the protection logic. Yeah. And Yoda, do you have like a 4i principle, like we call that
Can you
in the
say
flight
again
deck?
my departure and my squad, please, shall we?
Regarding you know, the pin placement. So one mechanic places the pins, a second mechanic checks the pins being set. Is that something you guys do?
30.
While I'm hearing
can you say again my
this
squad?
pilot, just calling in, guys, please go to VPilot audio settings, okay?
Locking gear.
Then talk normally, okay, and adjust the volume slider here, the mic volume, so that when you talk normally, it is somewhere in the green area and doesn't go into the red area, okay? Because if it goes into the red area, you overpower everything and you blow people's eardrums out. Okay, it's a very simple setting to do. One of those things, little things pilots should do. Okay.
I didn't hear it. Wasn't one of those screaming your ears out pilots?
Yeah.
Departure.
So Voyager, I can't use. I mean, if you guys can use KT Pilot's tool, I can't because of the audio settings and the channels I'm using for streaming. I can't do that. Yeah, fight Yemen, that's also good. And Porto Ground Bontat from Austrian 7 Bravo, stand Sierra 35, requesting push and start, please.
No.
Austrian 7-1 Bravo, pushback and start up approved, facing south on Sierra 3.
Facing south on Sierra 3, push and start approved, Austrian 7-1 Bravo. Sorry, Alex, you were just saying?
Yeah, it's very difficult because I don't see if you're talking to ATC. If you want me to answer some questions from the chat, you give me the go-ahead. I will stay quiet in the meantime.
No, you can. Now is a good time to answer some questions, yeah.
Okay, all right. Because there's one very interesting one from Unrooted Zero, who asked which data we see on the radar screen, mode Alpha, mode Charlie, mode S, and what exactly in regard to flutter, if I understand this correctly. So on VATSIM and in real life, we do see, of course, mode Alpha, mode Charlie. We do see all the information that you would expect. We have the flight plan coupled with the flight, so the information is displayed only context sensitive, so destination and exit level and so on are only displayed in the label if you want to see them. For the mode Sierra data, for the extended mode Sierra data, the mode S downlink parameters, we do have them simulated on VATSIM, as well as we do have them, of course, in real life. So we do see indicator airspeed, we see Mach number, we see the altitude that the pilot has turned in their FCU or MCP. We also see the QNH that the pilot has tuned in his FCU or MCP. And we get alerts in real life if they're not correctly set. Even if you're flying, let's say, a Cessna 172 with a modern Garmin 1000, if it has the downlinked aircraft parameters, we do see the altitude that you have set in your autopilot. And on VATSIM, we do have enhanced mode Sierra downlink parameters as far as we can simulate them. So we do not see the altitude that you have tuned in your autopilot or your QNH, but we do see your indicator airspeed and your ground track and stuff like that. We do actually see that.
Excellent.
Please set parking brakes.
Brake sets.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Yeah, so Yoda, hang on, let me just go back to your...
Welcome aboard the
Okay, not for the pins. You don't have the 4i principle for the pins, okay? Interesting. Maybe that's something that may have to be changed.
First class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served.
True, Flying Greenland has a good point as well. So he's saying...
keep flying, keep smiling.
Ted, thanks so much for the 79. Ted, greetings to you. Nice to see you and hope you're doing well. Yeah, so somebody's saying, don't call with you in the box, or radio check, right? I mean, you can do maybe a radio check on 122.8, but not necessarily with the controller.
Ground, Charlie Sierra Alpha Papa
So
uniform.
the thing is, the day that this is our biggest problem. This is the day we look forward to on that.
Okay.
But the one thing, the least favorite part or radio call that I can imagine is pilots arriving at the gate and requesting shutdown or talking years off and thanking you for the service. We appreciate this to a certain point, but if we are busy, just please stay at the gate, and we're happy that you're in the gate and we have one less traffic to worry about.
I have to say, sometimes I do it as well, because I'm so pleased that we got the service. So I do say thank you for the service, but good point there. Good point.
119.005.
Cockpit to ground. We
Right, let's do the after start flows here. Trim is trim should.
Another question came from YouTube, from November Mike 320 on YouTube.
Yeah.
We'll answer this one during the flight, because this is a big one.
Okay.
Why are there are no more difficult entrance exams for pilots, I assume? This is a very hot topic, which needs some kind of elaboration on my side, I think.
Okay. So let's have a quick look here. Performance 1.0 up. Looks good.
Air France 1529 request.
You see, that's just one notch up. It's already too loud, that pilot there.
France 1529, you have to stand by for now.
So let's do full
Tow truck
up,
disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
full down, neutral, full
Left
left.
is clear.
Air
Right.
France
Neutral.
1529.
Rudders,
What do
come
you
on.
say?
Stand by for now, I'll give you back.
There we go. So we have full left. And another good thing here, talked about this many times before, just like in the real world, do your flight control check, right? So we know how often, especially in Microsoft, things get disconnected. So yeah, do your flight control checks, very important.
Pushback approved.
So should done the before start checklist, a bit distracted there. Parking brake was now set. Takeoff speed thrust, so we have 156, 161, 161. Full length, flex 53. Windows doors closed, and the beacon was on all the time. Fantastic. Then we do the after start checklist. Anti-ice off. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim is 25% up 1, and rudder trim is neutral, and that's the after start checklist complete. Austrian 71 Bravo requesting taxi.
71 Bravo, you can taxi via Sierra for Bravo runway 35.
Via Sierra holding point Bravo, runway 35, Austrian 71 Bravo. Here also, good idea is always to
And Air France 1529 after the Austrian A321 has
have a look at the
passed
taxi
from the
chart
left to
already,
right, push back and start up approved, facing south on
so that you
Sierra
know,
Police.
in general, have an idea where you're supposed to go.
Air France
And that way,
1529 pushback approved after the A321 passed, facing south.
yeah, Tommy, I mean, ratings for pilots on VATSIM, maybe, I don't know, yeah, we'll talk about this during the flight. I think it's an interesting topic. Right, oh, flaps 2, you see, that's the thing, flaps 2. Good thing we have that button there. So, and by the way, guys, I just learned today my RMP panel and my TCAS panel has now been sent from Wind Control. So finally, right, cabin is ready. Let's do the taxi checklist. So flight controls checked. Flap setting now config 2, as it was supposed to be. Radar PWS is on, and auto. Brake check. Brakes are working. Engine mode selector is normal. And ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. And that's the taxi checklist complete. Now, in general, a good pilot tip here
Welcome aboard the Captain
is
Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first
flying on VATSIM,
where complimentary drinks, snacks,
have a look
and flight
on the
entertainment
charts
will be served.
or listen in
Thank you.
to an aircraft that's flying ahead of you.
Safe flights.
Thank you so much,
Interesting
Storyflyer.
topic today.
You know what frequency is going to be next. Something I do regularly, right? So right now we know that we have to contact the controller after departure, port approach automatically. Tower will not send us over. I'm just checking VPilot.
71 Bravo over to tower, 118.005, see ya.
18005, see you. Oh, so it did stay on for us then. So now that we're on tower, 121, 120910 is the departure frequency. So pre-dial that. It just saves time, and it saves me having to ask if I don't listen or, correctly, or if I don't hear the frequency given to me. It just adds an additional workload to the controllers, right? So another little thing we pilots can do to help with the workload of air traffic control. And Porto Tower 1 near from Austrian 71 Bravo, holding short at Bravo, fully ready for departure.
Austrian 71 Bravo, Porto Tower, bom dia. Wind 26 6 knots, variable speed
Enjoy the
270
gifted sub.
degrees, runway 35, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Runway 35 cleared for takeoff, Austrian 71 Bravo. Thank you so much for the service, bye bye.
Bye bye.
So, the approach check is clear. Voyager! Dankeschön! Oh, man.
uniform, ready for departure.
Guys, everyone just been gifted a sub from Voyager. Please say a big thank you to him. Voyager, vielen Dank. Ganz lieb von dir. So, let me just do the items here. Oh.
Departure, line up and wait behind.
So, the lineup checklist. Take off runway 35, full length, TCAS, TARA, and PAX 1 and 2 off. Cleared for takeoff. Are we guys ready? Hope so, because I am. The lineup checklist complete. Let's go. Let's fly.
A gift from me to you. Enjoy the gifted sub.
MAN as well. Take off. Manflex 53 SAS, and we have autothrust blue. Thrust is set. Chrono started. $100 knots. Wow, very high V1 speed today. Heavy aircraft. Wind from the left. V1. Rotates. Ooh, that's a lot of
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box
takeoff run.
subscriber experience.
Let's build.
Could new
Pause rate.
subscribers please make your way
Gear
to
up.
the first
Enough.
where complimentary drinks, snacks,
Looking forward to the radio panel. Oh, we could switch over without looking down. And MAN.
711 beloved BB 711 thumbs up.
Port of departure. Hello from Austrian 71 Bravo, passing 1000, climbing level 100.
Austrian 71 Bravo, port approach, hello, identified, continue climb flight level 240.
Continue climb level 240, Austrian 71 Bravo.
A gift from me to you.
Oh my god, I
Enjoy
say
the gifted
Flaps
sub.
1 speed check. So 240 blue. I didn't forget the packs for once, that's good. Flaps 1. And a huge thank you to MAN, again, gifting 5 subs. All those have just been gifted by MAN. Please say a big thank you to him. Scotty Doherty, thank you so much for the 62 months, Scotty. And Avimar as well, coming in with another 5 gifted. Good God, guys. So thanks all. And a huge thank you to... Oh my lord, what's happening? Right, you just want to make me forget my flaps. Flap 0, speed is checked. Flap 0. Let's get the lights off
A
here.
gift from me to you.
Another one!
Enjoy
What?
the gifted sub.
Flying Greenland as well. Flying Greenland. Thank you so much to you as well. Gifting another 5. Oh no, that was Scotty Hottie. What's going on? Scotty Hottie as well with 5 gifted. Scotty! Oh my god, yeah.
Austrian 71 Bravo, proceed direct, Doru.
Austrian 7-1 Bravo, direct to Udrup. Thank you so much. So direct.
7-1 Bravo, Adoro, Alpha, Delta, Oscar, Romeo, Oscar.
Ah, Adoro even. Thank you so much for that. Direct Austrian 7 Bravo.
Yeah, welcome.
Perfect. So, Voyager, thank you so much. MAN, thank you so much for the 5. Scotty Hottie, thank you for your 62 months reset. Aviamar, thank you as well for the 5 gifted. Scotty Hottie, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Flying Greenland also, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, guys. Thank you so much. Everyone that's just been gifted, please say thank you to those guys. Oh my god. Right. Speed brake. Why speed brakes? Oh, that lever. Right. Let's well, it's getting cold in my room. Air conditioning. I thought I turned that off.
Alpine 9046, port approach.
Yeah, now it's off. All right.
A gift from me to you. Enjoy the gifted sub.
And Pilot Lad also coming in. No, sorry, it's no, that's just too much, guys. That's too much. Hey, you're breaking my night bot here. Nate coming in first. Nate with the 5 gifted. Nate, thank you so much to you as well. I'm just gonna wait for the next jingle. Nate as well, thank you so much. Oh my god, what's happening? Aircraft is safely in the air, yeah, even though we messed up something with the checklists. Sapphire Wave, hello to you as well. And there is the next jingle. Hey, Pilot Lad coming in also with 5 gifted. Pilot Lad, thank you so much. Big round of applause to all of you again. Incredible support. And thank you so much. It shows me that yeah, you guys do appreciate the topic and the discussion that will ensue in a few minutes as well. Big topic, lots of things to get through, with many more topics that we have to address. Oh. Stormy Flyer as well. Oh, let me go get the outside view here. Let's enjoy some beautiful Portugal. And Stormy Flyer, thank you so much as well to you for the 5 gifted. Good. I'm losing track. What are we? Where's this heading right now? It's at level 8 hype train. Are you kidding me? I don't think we've ever reached level 8 hype train. Oh my god. Thank you so much to everyone. So Stormy Flyer, the Pilot Lad, Nate Flies, Flying Greenland, Scotty the Hottie, Aviamar, MAN and Voyager. Thank you so much everyone. Good lord. Yeah, exactly. Is anybody left who doesn't have a sub? Raise your hand. Oh. Right, let me do some items here and then we're ready for some more discussions.
Port to approach, good afternoon. Charlie Papa Uniform, 2,000 feet, proceeding direct.
Good. Alex, have you seen any more questions in the chat here?
Yes, indeed, I have. The one with the I need to mute the stream again. So the one with the exams, we'll come back to that later. Nate asked questions if controllers are okay with getting a quick heads up via private messages. Okay. Like instead of asking someone over the comms, if short clarification via private message. Actually, I speak for myself, but we tend to be very focused on our frequency. So if you want to have clarification, you want it via text, please do it on frequency. There is no shame in that somebody else reads that. It doesn't need to be private, but the whole handling of private messages and so on in the controller client is a little bit cumbersome. So if you want to go by text, do it on the frequency. It doesn't clutter anything, but most of the time just asking a question on the frequency via voice is just fine. It's quicker, and we can most likely convey out the message that we want to convey much easier than via text.
Welcome aboard to Captain
Good question, because that's something I was wondering. Because I sometimes hear that's very busy on the frequency, and then I think, I'll just ping the controller directly, but often I don't get an answer, and I guess that's the reason why. They often don't have the capacity to read an answer through the text message.
Exactly. So the thing with the private messages is simply we try to get away from writing text. So just a few months ago, the primary means of communication became voice became the primary means of communication. They softened the whole thing a little bit and allowed text to be used again in certain circumstances. But we tend to use voice. We tend
thank you,
not to look
Austrian
into the
7,
chat,
Bravo.
and therefore, if you want something to be clarified, just do it via voice on frequency. And one of the side effects of that is maybe somebody else is flying just 20 miles behind you would have the same question, and it's already answered for them if they are attentive.
Yeah, Flying Greenland, absolutely. Hit me up on private message anytime you like. Another thing pilots shouldn't do on VATSIM, enabling gifting subs to streams. Yeah, now here's the thing. So before we hop on to the other topics that we've already talked about, Alex, a special topic that kind of refers to me as a streamer. Obviously, I represent the FlightSim community, the pilots especially, and then it's kind of advertising for VATSIM, and I know VATSIM has been very appreciative of that as well. But I also have to admit that live streaming and flying on VATSIM is somewhat counterproductive, because I do get distracted very often. I do miss calls, so I have to be careful as well as a content creator in that regard. But not only that, I think every single content creator, and maybe we've got some of you here that also stream FlightSim content and fly on VATSIM, it's your responsibility as well to be a good role model. And it doesn't mean that you can't have fun. I mean, we've all had those great moments when we are using VATSIM and watching other pilots do silly stuff, and we have a good laugh, etc. So it's all about enjoying the moment. But especially us FlightSim content creator, we have to be role models to make sure that we show how we should behave on VATSIM, right? And not kind of promote behavior which is contrary to the VATSIM rules and regulations, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So if I may just use this topic onto piggybacking on telling you, Black Box, that you indeed are the role model streamer that we enjoy on VATSIM. The one of the very rare kind that convey the seriousness while still having fun on those flights. There are others, of course, that when you know that they are coming to fly to your airport with an entourage, that this will be a very hard and difficult time. One of the things when I approached you regarding talking to you about the VATSIM issues and the pilot side issues maybe, is I was thinking about that actually your community is not the target audience, because your community is a knowledgeable community and one that is very interested in gaining knowledge, and they are asking stuff, very, very specific stuff. So the thing is, what I would like to have is seeing your community as a multiplier. They are in touch with other people that may be new to the network and maybe unexperienced, and maybe be a multiplier for that. But the thing is, there are streamers and there are streamers, and there are some that we are really appreciative of. So when they're flying to one of our airports, we open up and try to make a staffing work, even though there was no staffing requested. And there are, of course, others where we actually say, well, okay, I have booked in for another 5 minutes. The next stream is coming in 10 minutes. Maybe I will log off exactly according to my booking.
Okay, yeah. There you have it, guys. So that's so Mr. Tommy. Right, so Alex just called all of you nerds. No, he did not. He said you guys are, you know, a nice exemption and a role model on how it should be done. I remember a group flight we did to Klagenfurt. I think, Alex, that's how we met, actually.
Exactly.
Ago,
That's the one.
Because he reached out and said, hey, you know, really enjoyed the controlling there, and you guys, you really, you know, showed some great professionalism. Flying to Klagenfurt, which has a difficult approach as it is, right?
Yeah, you were flying the circling. All your entourage were flying the circling.
Yeah.
And some of them were not really familiar with how to fly it, but they tried and they all succeeded. It was a great session for me. It was amazing.
Yeah. So Austria as a area to fly in and out of has some, well, we all see it, you know, time again, beautiful sceneries, right? The mountains, the country itself is incredibly beautiful, but also, as it's a very mountainous area, it does come with some very challenging approaches, right? And
indeed, yes.
So I think Flischkopf, you said that the Wikipedia on VATSIM is somewhat confusing in some regards. In general, I think any written kind of explanation is sometimes difficult to, you know, grasp completely. But for me personally, I think there's many sources to get some good information, and one of my first things really is YouTube, where you know, I'll have a look and see if there's any kind of tutorial videos regarding certain airports, or I watch some content creators that I trust, that I know that you know, prepare properly, and then watch how they fly the approach. And just like in real life, when you have a challenging approach, it's something special, right? So let's say, for example, I have a 5-day rotation, and there's one destination there in particular where I know, oh, that could be a spicy approach, right? And I'm already excited on the first day, even if that flight's going to be on day 4 of my rotation. But even on the first day, I'm like, yeah, I'm looking forward to that, right? And then you know, I take extra care in preparing. I'll check the weather, you know, on the day prior, and etc. And really look forward to it, right? So we have the luxury here in flight simming to be able to go worldwide and fly incredible, challenging and beautiful approaches. But you know, it should be the norm that, yeah, we pilots, we take whatever documents we have available, and most of us have either you know, a Navigraph subscription, or we can use the free Microsoft Lido charts, or the online VATSIM country websites that have you know, airport information, airport files, and yeah, good information to help us prepare for that, right? And then it's just so much fun to, you know, prepare, make your plan, execute the plan, and then if you actually manage to get a good approach and a good landing, I mean, brilliant stuff. Okay, so
the thing that yeah, sorry, if you want to continue, I will just connect from there.
No, you reply first of all.
Yeah, the thing with the procedures for the challenging approaches is that the most of the challenging airports have some kind of briefing available out there. So you already mentioned that there are YouTube videos available. I mean, I don't want to talk the old man talk, so back in my days actually, and kind regards go out to Andreas Fuchs, the very first in the community who created a very thorough flying guide back in the days in 2004. That was the only resource that we had back then in order to learn how to approach certain airports, how IFR procedures are actually flown. Nowadays, with the advent of ChatGPT and with all the resources that are available on YouTube, it is rather easy to get hands on certain procedures in certain airports. And even if I do not brief myself before I start my flight, I mean, most of the time I have a reasonably quiet cruise phase ahead of myself. So the least I could do is read up on the charts on the arrival routes that I will most likely fly, and read them over and guess what I'm going to expect. So the thing is that I'm filing a flight plan, and many people, so I'm talking to the inexperienced pilots. They just file a flight plan from SimBrief, and there is an arrival route in that flight plan most of the time. Not realizing that this arrival route is completely unsuited for the weather conditions or the traffic conditions, or that this is one that clearly states on the chart that this is only to be cleared by ATC and not to be flown according to the flight plan, and so on. So there are many different factors. So the one thing that we as air traffic controllers on VATSIM would kindly ask all pilots is that even if you don't read all the charts or the briefings beforehand, before you depart, I know that can be a time-consuming task, but use the cruise phase to do that. Read on, so there are a few things that might be to be expected at a certain airport. I'm not talking Innsbruck right now. I'm not talking the most challenging and most intricate of approaches, but I'm talking airports, big ones like Munich, for example. München really has a problem with the fact that the stars are in fact just radio comm loss procedures. If you're flying to Munich, you always get cleared onto a transition, which is not a star per definition. But if you take a look at the charts, you can see that there are transitions, and they make much more sense in a modern air traffic environment because they have those S slopes going around the airport, whereas the arrival routes just fly from the last fix to a VOR north or south of the field, depending on where you're coming from. So this is one of the things. If you're cleared onto a transition in Munich, for example, just have that in your mind that those transitions exist, even though if you're not familiar with the airport. And I mean, this is one thing that of course you need to know when flying your aircraft, but where to find those transitions, that they are not within the star menu of the Airbus, but that they are in the trans menu of the approach. So I mean, I am well aware of the fact that how should someone know this if he has never encountered such a system? But on the other hand, if you read through your charts and you see that there is a transition, the first thing I have to wonder during my cruise is, how can I actually enter this transition in case I would be cleared for that? And that's the point I'm making. I'm not making the point that you should be knowing each and every procedure. The point I'm making is, look through the charts, see what you look for, what you will actually be expected to do, and then see how can you make this happen if it should happen down in the approach phase. And then act.
So I often don't enter a departure route or a arrival route in my flight plan. So I have an exit fix for the departure and an entry fix for the arrival, right? And that I will just leave that blank. Is that okay?
Depends. So in Austria, filing a star is mandatory.
Okay.
So you have to file one. Okay. In many other countries, in the EASA airspace, it is as well. So nowadays, I look into the flight plan. If the pilot has filed a star, I will not issue one anymore because it's not required on our end because he has filed it and it's already cleared with the en route clearance. So this one has to be filed. In München, please, dear colleagues from Munich, please don't hurt me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, the star has to be filed as well because it's a common failure procedure that is to be expected to be flown by the pilot in case something happens, but you will be cleared the transition on the initial contact.
Okay.
So in any case, most likely you will not fly the star as you have filed it in your flight plan, except if you have filed the actual transition in your flight plan, which you should not be doing because it's a transition, not a star.
So little details again. Can be somewhat complicated, but learning by doing, and then
Like I
improve.
said, it's not knowing what you will get. It's going through all the charts. Just have a glance over them and see what they are for, what routing they have, and if it's not clear, you may of course always ask the center control. And I'm coming back to this repeatedly, because if you are not certain about any fact, just ask. Nobody will ever be mad or will criticize you for asking. So if you're flying to Munich, like I said, and you wonder, there are your transitions and there is a star, will I be flying the star or the transition? The center controller will just say you will be certainly flying the transition, and that's it, and then you know.
Yeah. So just to again give people some sort of that don't know exactly what we're talking about here, give them some tools to help them. I'm not sure if people know the route checking you have available here in SimBrief as an example, right? So normally what you do, you start out with your departure airport and your arrival airport, and you choose a auto airport. Okay, then SimBrief will already hand you a routing. But if you go through the list here, suggested routes, you can use different routes. Now it says sometimes real world, sometimes it says VATSIM here in those little tabs. The main or the important thing is that you have to make sure the routing that you are then filing for VATSIM is actually a valid routing and a valid plan, because it's one of those topics Alex asked me to address. A wrong routing creates a enormous amount of workload for the VATSIM controller, right?
Exactly. The fact is that even though there is free route airspace all around Europe by now, that still there are certain limitations on who is supposed to fly where. The air traffic control system is a very complicated one. I will reference to Germany again, because Germany still uses airways in a lot of ways. So many of the airways are doubled. So you have one airway going one direction and one airway going the other direction, which are parallel to each other, which ensure that traffic is more or less separated all the time. In Austria, we do have a free route airspace that is all encompassing the whole Austria, but still there are some restrictions. For example, there is a document called the route availability document that states which flights and which routings are supposed to go through which waypoints. And this is, I have to say something in advance, because the whole topic of creating valid routings is something that would easily fill a workshop of several hours. Yeah. So we will not go into detail on that. Yeah, that needs to be clear. But many of the routes that are presented to you on SimBrief, and that's the main message, are simply absolutely wrong. And if maybe Blackbox, you could bring up the SimBrief interface again, if we could show people how they could just easily check how, if a routing is valid, then we could at least show how we can gauge whether a routing is just a bit wrong, which might be acceptable in some cases, or if it's just completely bollocks. Maybe we could just go through that just once.
We'll do so quickly. Here's what you'll see in route charts. These are the IFR high and route charts, and you can see over Germany, like Alex just mentioned, lots of airway systems, right? And then here Austria, there are no airways, right? It's say again the exact title. What's it called? Free route.
Free route airspace. It means that we abolished all airways, so you can just file a flight plan from one waypoint to another in the shortest possible way. And that free route airspace is not only a free route airspace in Austria, it is actually a cross-border free road airspace that reaches from the northern part of Austria all the way down to Greece. So the whole Balkans, you just have one entry point in Greece, and you have one exit point in Austria, and in between you just fly Great Circle, basically.
Yeah, perfect. Which saves lots of fuel, lots of time.
Exactly.
Also, I just want to go through the questions so that I don't miss too many questions here. We had one comment from Dan saying VATSIM requires a lot of professionalism from mostly gamers. What would you see as fun on VATSIM? For me, it is a very stressful task, even though I have 700 hours in the FENIX and I'm quite serious. For me, fun means that and see it from this way. I have 30 years of real-world flying experience, and if VATSIM didn't offer me the kind of experience, the real-world experience, then I probably would have stopped using it a long time ago, right? So it is actually the fact that you're using a system, you're talking to real people that are trained to use realistic procedures, so that me as a pilot, I can do my part, planning, executing, flying good approaches, whatever, and have the full satisfaction of a full flight, A to B, with air traffic control. So having fun is, for me, an enjoyable experience, right? Just like I would have in real life. The fascination about flying, right? It's not being silly. Right? That's not what I mean with fun. I mean, like I said, you can have a good laugh, of course. Sometimes, we have some funny comments from controllers, right? It's just the situation. It's just like in real life. It just happens, and we all have a good laugh. But in the end, it's about trying to simulate real-world procedures on both sides: air traffic control, sitting in front of a virtual radar screen, acting as real-world air traffic controllers. And on the other side, we have the pilots, be it real-world pilots or not, right? If you're a flight sim pilot and an enthusiast, enjoying that moment of having a feeling as if you're doing this in real life. That's the idea, right?
Exactly. There was a question in the chat regarding what is acceptable as being invalid, and what my point is not being that each and everyone has to file a valid flight plan. I think that's unrealistic, because the knowledge that is required to create a valid flight plan is a profession in itself. It's called a dispatcher. Yeah. They learn how to deal with these things. Yeah. So if you want to be a dispatch simulator, you can do this, of course. Yeah. I do this. I like to look for valid routings, but I have the tools to do so. Others might not. But what I want to say is, if you have several routing on SimBrief, yeah, and one goes zigzagging through a whole of Europe and creates 25 errors in the IFPS validation. You have another one that goes more or less straight and creates one error in the IFPS. That might be the better solution, the one that just creates one error, instead of taking one zigzag routing through a whole of Europe that creates 500 errors and yo-yos and re-entries and whatnot. Yeah.
Okay, I know it's difficult, right? It's you get a list of routings, and then you click on the different routings, and some look like this, right? This is an example. What McChester, what Alex just said, right?
Exactly.
So theoretically, it tells you, okay, suggested that's a valid routing, but it doesn't make sense, right? I mean, it's a lot longer flight time, and also you would never file this IRL unless you had a good reason, like, I don't know, weather or something, or closed sectors or whatever. But how would you then determine if your routing is valid? Now, let's say you choose the first one in the list that says real world, okay? You have a little button, it's hard to see. It says on the route, flight aware, sky vector, route finder, GRD, auto router, and then at the end it says IFPS validation, right? You click on that, and it even gives you a little explanation on how to check if your routing is a valid routing. So it tells you flight plans can be validated with Eurocontrol using the public NOP Network Operations Portal. So tactical tab, flight planning section, free text editor. So let's do that. So we go.
You need to copy the flight plan before.
Yeah. Well, hang on, let me just get the correct page here. Let me try to get that on a separate page here. and then we go here. So yeah, so then we copy the flight or the whole text. So this is like the ATC flight plan. So not just routing itself, but also information regarding your alternate airport, your equipment on aircraft, etc., etc. Right? We'll copy that. So again, let's go. We go to the website here. Then we go to Tactical tab. Let me find that. Tactical.
Exactly, the text editor.
So it's under flight planning tools, and then we have free text editor. Here it is. So it's a bit hard to find, but there you find it. Flight planning free text editor. Then you just go ahead and copy your the copied text in here, and then you click on validate. All right, and then it says down here validation results, no errors. Right. No errors, meaning this would be a flight plan you can then find on VATSIM. Does it mean that you will definitely get this routing? Very likely yes, but maybe for some reason ATC says today with this or whatever it's not the best.
Don't close it yet, please, because I want to show the people the other routing that you had open, the one that went over France, and we would like to go to validate that because I'm assuming that this one doesn't work at all.
Okay, let me just go ahead again and go to SimBrief. So the one that this is exact. Okay, let me do that.
You need to press the Eurocontrol button to exactly.
Copied. Okay, and then we're back on the Eurocontroller tab here. Going to paste that and then validate. Now here it says error, right? Prof 205 traffic via ADUTO, so there's a fix ADUTO is off mandatory route reference annex 2 Bravo ADUTO not available for traffic. So that's for dispatcher, right? They will know exactly what they did wrong. But yeah, so Alex, now what? Now let's say we get this kind of message.
To be perfectly honest, I was expecting a lot more error messages. With this little of errors, I assume that there are some problems down the road due to this one restriction. But to be perfectly honest, if no other routing would be available, this would be something one could go for. I would need to explore it a little bit further, but I was expecting like 10 or 15 error messages and not just one, to be honest.
Okay, guys. So
it's not as bad as I thought. For the people that want to validate some of the routings that are in SimBrief, one neat trick is if you are trying to validate, change the time, your EOBT in the flight plan to night time, because many of the routings that have been filed here in SimBrief are actually ones that are night routings because they are far less restrictive, because during nighttime many of the military areas are not active and many of the sectors are being combined, so you can fly longer directs without impeding any sectorization issues. So if you fly them at 1 o'clock UTC or midnight or whatever, they might be valid. Whereas if you validate them for an EOBT of somewhere in the afternoon, they might not be valid. And from my point of view, everything that validates in the night, that's also absolutely valid, absolutely fine.
All right, that's a good trick already. Thank you. Right, let me just have a look.
And sorry, another thing. If you're getting restrictions or if you're getting problems with the validation, that calls for profile. Many of the routings are restricted to not enter certain airspaces vertically. So what you can try, if the routing that you are being presented is in the upper airspace, you can try filing in the lower airspace, so changing the requested flight level to flight level 240, for example, or 220, and staying in the lower airspace. Many of those routing validates will validate then, or the other way around. If for some reason, you're entering now 240. Let's see.
Just checking. now we get lots of different.
Yeah,
other,
you can see. Yeah, now the other flight level just changes everything. Yeah, so the flight level that you have filed makes a lot of difference. So if you get some errors in regard to profile and direct segment and so on, you may want to switch up the flight level in order to climb above or below certain airspaces. But this is already very advanced. The point I'm making is if you're looking at SimBrief and you have the selection of several routes and some of them look a little bit shady, you might want to validate them. And if you validate 2 or 3, you might want to take the one that yields the least errors.
Yeah. Okay, guys, but now at least you know how you, as a pilot, you can help, right, the VATSIM controllers by checking your routing. Make sure that the one you are selecting is a valid routing. Okay, a very important point. I know I'm missing a lot of questions here. So the question was: is it only here in Europe the validation, or is it worldwide?
Yeah, like I pointed out already, the airspace in Europe, the network in Europe is the most complex in the world, and therefore only Europe has such a restrictive system of airways and waypoints. So the validation, you can validate any flight for any part of the world, even if it doesn't cross Europe at all, but it will only check for validation within the Europe airspace. Okay. That includes the eastern part of Russia and Turkey. Okay, that is sorry, the western part of Russia.
That is a clear answer. Linienthal asks, so if IFP isolation is necessary, what kind of validation errors are there any errors that are acceptable? Linienthal asks.
It's I mean, of course, the thing is, we are not trying, or I'm not trying to convey the message that we only want valid routings. That is absolutely impossible to achieve in a network, and for most importantly, for a route database that is more or less crowdsourced. We cannot expect, and we do not expect, pilots to fly only valid routings. So for the question which errors are acceptable, I cannot give a distinctive answer, because some of them are the reason for certain restrictions are how do I put it, some of the restrictions have a very, very strong reason to be there, because they separate traffic from other traffic. Other restrictions are there just to alleviate certain sectors from certain traffic, sectors that are not going to be open anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. So there is no clear cut where I can say this error message is acceptable or not. What I will say though is, when you're looking for a routing, the one thing that I would ask any pilot on VATSIM to do is to please file a valid arrival route, so that the routing starts and ends at a waypoint that is suitable for that airport. So there are still flights that are going directly to the VOR at the airport, and that is nothing that we can work with, except if you are non-RNAV aircraft, which we accept and which we happily work with, then of course. But if you are flying to an airport, please file a flight plan that goes via the appropriate waypoints for that airport. So that means arrivals and departures.
Okay. Thank you. Blackfish, thank you so much for 35 months. That's almost 3 years. Thank you so much. How are we doing? Well. Yeah, so again for today, right? Today's flight, guys. So what we did, Alex sent me a routing so that we come through the Munich sector. Hence, that's what we filed. But of course, we did check it's valid. So that was our routing, which took us via Baruch, and then let's have a look here.
Then Neymar, actually, and Neymar to
input,
whiskey.
Yeah, input the Neymar. Yeah, just not here. Ballot. Okay, interesting. It's kind of showing something different. Different than
Neymar is further to the west. If you look, Neymar, it's a very long star.
Okay, there we go. Neymar. Right. So, I mean, if you choose your departure and arrival runway, it will then suggest a star for you. So standard arrival routing. And good point taken. I've taken note of that as well. Of course, you should file a star, a valid star. So very often, right, you have your endpoint NEMAL, and then depending on the arrival. So let's say, for example, now I've learned here in Vienna that we're flying ILS approach 34. It asks you, do you want to select new star or sit for the runways?
Welcome
so
aboard
we'll select yes.
Black Box Infotainment
3-4.
Experience. New subscribers should now pick up their pass to first class.
Here now.
Thank you.
Oh, it's still the same arrival in this case, right? So you can play around a bit and then select the runway that you are expecting. And this is something that's why. One thing is the planning stage, and then later when you're in flight, things can change. The arrival runway can change. You may get a rerouting at some point that takes you from a different initial fix to the airport, etc., etc. And then ATC will give you, of course, a rerouting, a reclearance, which then you will have to input during the flight into your FMS. But for the pre-planning stage, for us pilots, yeah, we do get a arrival and a departure route as well. So today we got the NEMAL 2 Whiskey arrival, and this, again, file it in your VATSIM flight plan, because that's theoretically your lost communications, lost com procedure. So that's what ATC would expect you to fly if you have a lost com situation. Now, IRL, that's a different topic regarding flying on VATSIM with lost com, but theoretically, yes, then you should fly the arrival route.
I would like to make one more comment on that. I sent you an image via Discord. Maybe you could open that one on your screen.
Absolutely.
One recommendation I would like to give everyone. I mean, like I said, it is not expected each and every one to start planning their own routes and whatnot. But if somebody wants to get into planning their own routings and wants to get into the whole shenanigans, the one recommendation that I can make that is affordable for simmers like us would be the legacy software. It's a very old software. It's called PFPX. And there are nav data available, and there is the route availability document that is being published each and every month by Sharky, one of the German community members. And with that tool, that creates valid routings in absolutely no time. And the screenshot that I sent you is basically just for one waypoint for LAMSI, the restrictions that are on one waypoint alone, in the free route airspace. So that makes it clear how difficult it is to actually plan something through Europe without automated tools. It's basically impossible, I have to say.
Okay. Yeah, thank you much for that. Voyager, we will make a German live stream next week. So Buddy, who's also a VATSIM controller, contacted me that he would like to join in his experience, as well, in the discussion with his experience. But I then asked him if it's possible for that to do in German language. So next week sometime I'll announce it in advance. We'll do this topic again, but in German language. Right, we've got lots of questions coming in. For routings inner US, Canada, Mexico, just go to FlightAware. Yeah, good point as well. So again, on SimBrief,
absolutely.
Here FlightAware, it's a different website, but for the today we don't get a destination arrival routing for now. But let's say you're flying in the US from Los Angeles to New York, right? And I assume it is actually real world data. So. Let's have a look. File. So just wait. Look at that. So Los Angeles to JFK, and you have different routings, but it tells you the frequency, the amount of filed routings on that day, and then again you can copy this routing if you like, and again you can be sure that you have a real world routing there, a valid routing. Frage im Mentor, sind die taxiways nach irgendeinem logischen System beschriftet? So somebody asked if the taxiways are in a logical manner, or the lettering is that in some sort of logic. Yes, mostly yes. Well, let's say maybe not even mostly, but sometimes. Okay, so you have like November for the northern runway, you have Sierra for the southern runways, M For middle runway, like in Frankfurt, let me just go get the charts here.
München is very, very logical
Okay.
In terms of taxiways,
Okay.
I would
just-
say,
let me get
and
charts.
Vienna is not so much.
Okay, so let me look at quickly at the airport chart, ground chart. Here it is.
So if you have a look at the taxiways, the northern main taxiway is November for northern,
Yeah.
and the next letter in the alphabet is Mike, so that's just November and Mike. In the southern area, it's Sierra for southern, and Tango is just the next letter in the alphabet, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
And the same for the aprons. They are the whiskey taxiway is the western one, the Echo is the eastern one, and so on.
Center is the middle one. Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes it is logical. Yeah. Absolutely. Right.
But still, you have to learn a lot of colors in Munich.
Yeah, that's true. Now, FITMT says just don't file a route where one waypoint is in Norway and the next in Italy. It is most likely invalid. Yeah, well, again, if you check it, then like we just demonstrated, then yeah, it will definitely give you an invalid.
What was the question?
There was because we talk about the free airway system, like you mentioned from Greece to Austria, let's say, or you have just directs because it's a free route system. But yeah, don't file a flight plan where one waypoint is in Norway and the next one is in Italy. Right, that will most likely.
That's exactly, but it's not necessarily required to have a waypoint between each and every country or each and every FIR. For example, Italy and Austria also have cross-border free route in certain conditions. So there might be some direct routings in flight plans that would be surprisingly long.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so Lilienthal says that when he checks on the IFPS validation page, it often says that the errors can be ignored. Okay, I've never seen that.
Some might be. Yeah,
okay.
That's correct.
So if you then say you get one of those error messages that, but it says it can be ignored, then it would be okay to file it on VATSIM.
I just had one just a few days back because I was planning a flight for my Phantom, and just for those small airport to small airport city pairs, there are very little routings available. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, some of the things can be ignored indeed.
Okay. So the page where we validated the European routing is a little button here. If you go to SimBrief, you have little tabs here, right? FlightAware, SkyVector, Route Finder, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Autorouter, and then there's a very little button at the end there. It's the Eurocontrol IFPS validation, and it tells you how you should do that and where to find the editor. Right, so again, copy that, and then go to the respective website. On the right-hand side, flight planning, free text editor. New window opens up. You paste your routing or the whole flight plan in there for the APC flight plan, and then press on validate. And again, it should usually give you no errors. If you suddenly, let's say you post a flight level that's invalid for some reason, SimBrief does love to give you low level routing sometimes. You press on validate, and suddenly you will get some errors in the validation report there, right? And then maybe you get some hints on what's wrong. If you don't find out exactly why, well, then I go back to SimBrief, choose a different routing from the list, and then validate that one. Right. But make sure if you run that test that the routing that you are selecting is valid before you file it on VATSIM. It's a big topic for the controllers on VATSIM, and we especially talk about those events that really require everyone taking part, especially as pilots, to be professional and make sure we do file those valid flight plans.
The thing is, people might tend to think that the whole complexity of the network and the not availability of some airways for certain flights is just exists for existing. But they do have a very specific purpose. So the whole thing is flow control. So the whole European network controls the flow in a way that the flights go into the sectors in laterally and vertically in which they are supposed to be. So that implies, for example, that you have to descend early and file a lower level for just a few hundred miles in advance already to be in a lower sector, because they want to alleviate the upper sectors from having to deal with the traffic altogether in order to make sure that those sectors are not being overloaded. And this is a very dynamic system. I personally say that the whole CFMU or NMOC slot system is just magic in a cup. It just is amazing the kind of mathematics and calculations that go with this. But they all have a distinct purpose, and many of those purposes might not be as relevant on VATSIM as they are in real life, especially the vertical ones. But the lateral ones are the ones that are really, really, really important.
Okay, good. Yeah, we're just climbing 360 at Fish Cup because Optimum was 350 until a few minutes ago, and so that's why I stayed at 340, but now 360 is good. Are there any good tools for creating flight plans for non-ANAF aircraft? A very good question from JFoot, because that's something I've asked myself as well. You know, we have add-ons that simulate the good old aircraft. Yes, you may have a virtual FMS in there that you can cheat a little bit if you like, but if you really want to have the real world experience from these old aircraft, then you know, potentially you have an HSI and you just tune you know, VORs in there. So yeah, good question. Are there any tools to find valid? Yeah,
I personally would use PFPX, but if you're flying non-ANAF through Europe, just do what pleases you, because the 1 or 2 aircraft per evening that are not ANAF capable are special aircraft in itself anyway, and we deal with them in a special kind of manner. And so if you want to fly from VOR to VOR, just file anything, because there are no valid non-ANAF routes in Europe anymore. It doesn't exist. Nobody is allowed to fly in Europe anymore without ANAF equipment.
So that's a speciality on VATSIM, if you like.
Yeah. So if you want to fly your DC-6 VOR to VOR, it's absolutely fine. Nobody will ever roll his eyes for that, because we actually like to deal with those aircraft if they know how to fly them. Just file whatever you're happy with, and we will vector you around anyway.
Okay, good. Now there was a question regarding VFR flying, which is also a good question. We'll find. Okay, somebody says you cannot find PFPX as a software anymore. I'm not sure. I have not looked at that for a long time. If you can still buy that.
Okay, wow, I just learned. Okay, it's not available to buy anymore.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay, today I learned. I'm very sorry for that.
Okay. Also, Flying Greenland is also saying, and we hear that quite often. So, you know, a controller gives a direct waypoint, and then the pilot says, "Enable not in my flight plan." Well, yes, of course. Normally, AATC would try to give you a direct to a fix which is in your flight plan. But just like in real life, sometimes there's a rerouting, and then you may get a call, you know, Austrian 7 Bravo, I have a rerouting for you. Are you ready to copy? And then you get pen paper ready and note down the new routing. Also, it can happen that ATC says to you, right, flight direct distance waypoint, and then of course you look down on your FMS on the MCV and say, hang on, I don't have that on my flight plan. Enable. No, you are able, because you can type in direct and then type in the waypoint name, and then you can fly to the newly given waypoint. So the call enable is wrong. Okay. What you can say is, okay, so I don't have the waypoint in my flight plan. Could you please spell the waypoint name? Right.
Exactly. And you already made the point for me. A good air traffic controller, if he's sending an aircraft on a waypoint that he knows is not on his flight plan, a good controller will always give the pilot a second to ready up and say, Austrian 71 Bravo, I have a rerouting for you, report ready to copy. And that's a good air traffic controller would do that, because Of course, yeah. I mean, if you're in cruise or in a phase that is kind of relaxed, you're not ready to write down any new waypoint that you're not familiar with.
Yeah, so there was a question regarding, okay, so let's say I want to fly VFR on that. Are there any tools which would prevent me from busting airspaces? Now, there is a fantastic new tool that's coming out, and I will showcase that very, very soon. It's from Infinity Charts, and this will come out for Europe as well, and it kind of shows you the normal VFR charts, right? And then it will tell you exactly, in these sectional charts where the controlled airspaces are. Now, since I am going back to VFR flying and getting my SCP back again, I had to, of course, learn up again on read up on these things. And if you want to take this a bit more serious, then unfortunately you're going to have to maybe invest in a bit of software for your tablet, right? For your iPad, whatever, because then you can have a better view of the VFR world around you with the airspace structures, and then you will more easily be able to fly around a certain controlled airspace or know which frequency to call to get a clearance, etc. So it's one of those things. If you want realism, then you may have to invest a bit of money. Hey Avima, welcome back. I hope you're doing well.
One thing, if you're flying VFR in an airspace where ATC is online and you're not really familiar with the airspace, you can of course ask for flight information service. This is a service that has to be provided. I mean, workload permitting, of course. But if you ask for flight information service, and you can always ask a controller, I would like to climb VFR now to 7,000 feet, and he will, if it would lead you or keep you out of uncontrolled airspace or clearance airspace that does not require clearance, he would say, yeah, Roger, climb on discretion. Or if the airspace would require clearance, he would say, Roger, is approved, clear to enter airspace class Charlie or airspace class Delta up to 7,000 feet on a westerly heading. So the same as in real life, if you're not familiar with the airspace, call up a flight information service, and if you have a request, you state that there, and if a clearance is required, this will then be provided to you.
Okay. Yeah. Also, Fishcop has a good point there. Little nav map. If you Google that, it's a free app. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. What stage?
By the way, the Navigraph app does a real terrific job at this as well.
Oh yeah,
so
sure.
You can just open the VFR map and have the moving aircraft symbol there, and that's absolutely amazing. You even have the Rogers data VFR charts there already. Yeah. So you can fly with the charts that you're using at home, because many people use the Rogers data charts as well.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, here on VATSIM, on Navigraph, in the meantime, you have the same ability. Yeah, so there are free tools, absolutely brilliant, available. Why not go for multi-engine piston? No, I just want to enjoy flying around a bit. I'm not going to take this, any higher, any more stressful anymore. As arrived during the stream today, is your guest a real air traffic controller or only on VATSIM? In the beginning of Ferrari, he mentioned his career in real life, in reality.
Yeah, I already wrote him in a reply to him.
Thank you. Sometimes it will be helpful, says Voyager, when the controller provides the rerouting in parallel via text, and especially when several waypoints have been changed. It keeps the frequency a bit free.
That is absolutely correct, but that is kind of defeating the purpose of keeping it realistic, because in real life we don't have the ability to send a text message. I mean, you can provide me your WhatsApp number and I can write you a direct via WhatsApp. By the way, this happened. But in real life we don't have that luxury, so we try, of course, initially via voice. If you say that's too complicated, or if that's too much for you to handle, that's not a problem. If you say, please say again via text, absolutely no issue, we will provide that of course, yeah.
I'm going to jump a few questions because right now people asking, is routing sometimes that can be done via CPDLC? IRL, yes. On VATSIM, I've not seen that on VATSIM, I think.
So the thing is, yes, it can be done. In real life, there is Proceed Direct Via that is in the new CPDLC implementation that is not being simulated, as far as I know, in all the controller clients. In real life, we do have that. You can send a message via CPDLC, Proceed Direct to Waypoint Via. That is, by the way, going to be used in the future for, let's say, systems that support the controller, where you can define a waypoint after, for deviation heading, you can define a waypoint after the weather, and clear an aircraft past the weather to a lat long, and thereafter direct to a waypoint to resume his own routing. That is going to be coming in the future.
Okay. On the topic on CPDLC right now, that's something I could ask from time to time. So it's a very handy feature, right, where it declutters the frequency. Also, it then makes a confusion about the frequency less likely because it's written in text. Okay. You also know which the name of the next sector, if it's Rhine Radar, Maastricht, Austria, whatever, or Vienna in this case. But the important thing is that while you don't have to say goodbye to the controller that's handing you off, you still have to do a voice check-in with the next controller. So even though you see on the CPDLC screen, new sector, whatever, is active, and you think, oh, the controller knows now that I'm with him. No, you still have to do a voice check, because IRL, if there is any conflict with other aircraft, let's say, and the controller needs to get you a quick clearance for deconfliction, then it's going to be via voice. It's not going to be via CPDLC, right? So you have to make sure he can reach you via voice, and that the volume is correct, and the transmission is audible. So yeah, changeover via CPDLC still requires you to do a voice call-in.
Exactly.
Good. All right. So I've jumped a couple of questions. Let's see. What station should be addressed as FIS or FIS on VATSIM? Center or what?
Yeah, that might be a difficult topic. If there is an approach unit online for that particular TMA you're flying under, I would call that particular approach unit for flight information service. If you're flying outside that TMA that the controller is responsible for, I would call the center or ACC sector. Worst thing that could happen is that they say they are not responsible and send you over to another frequency. Okay. So just ask.
Yeah, just ask. Easy. Yeah. Avimar writes, notice that some controllers are not really taking advantage of CPDLC though. I somewhat frequently get clearance both via voice and CPDLC.
Yeah, the thing is that the CPDLC infrastructure is kind of overloaded from time to time. We all know that. So that the time it takes for the message to arrive might take up to several seconds until up to 1 minute or even 2 minutes. So there are situations in which we issue clearance via CPDLC and we do not get a response back in a timely manner. And then we issue the clearance again via voice because it's time critical and we want something to happen as of now. And that might be the reason for the double clearance. Normally we are very appreciative of pilots using CPDLC. This is one of the biggest game changers for us in the VATSIM environment. So each and every pilot that uses CPDLC, please keep doing that, and each and every one who refrained from using CBDLC until this point, please try it out. It's amazing for all of us.
Yeah. And that advertisement, I have a tutorial video on my YouTube channel. Just it's like 3-4 years old, but still valid. Enjoy that one. Yeah, so when you check in with a new sector, yeah, you would, let's say calling Milano, Austrian 7 Bravo, flight level 360, CBDLC. That's how you would call in.
You don't even have to say CBDLC as far as I know officially. So you just call in, and this CBDLC request goes out digitally anyway.
Yeah.
And we see it anyway if you're connected.
Okay, yeah, but I hear that or I heard that quite often on the frequency. Yeah. CBDLC.
Yeah, it's the same as with you and checking in, and in the box it's just slang, but
not required.
Not really required.
Okay, there we go. So now you have the answer. You don't have to even say CBDLC. Excellent. Okay, so hopefully I've covered all the questions. Guys, if I'm missing some questions, if you would be so kind to type them in again. I'm reading the chat as we speak, and then I'm sure we're going to be able to answer your question. Right, then I'm going to go have a look at the list that we made prior to the stream. Right. So Alex,
maybe Blackbox,
yeah.
we could use that for just 1 minute to step away for just a second.
Yeah.
I will report back shortly.
Okay, absolutely. Right, yeah, in the meantime, let me do a fuel check here. So we are currently over France, near Mende. And then let's have a quick look here on the flight plan. Flight plan. Do we have Mende on the list? We do. So 1 hour, 10 minutes after departure. And we're supposed to have 6.6 plus 1 ton extra, so 7.6 should be the fuel there. So let's have a quick look. So 8.1, so we have 5 more than required, which is good. And we're going to be there at 18:23, so in 4 minutes, which makes it 1 hour 12. So very well on time, and very good on fuel. And then also let's check the weather en route to make sure we have a valid destination and all of the airport on our flights. Let's go to arrival Vienna, arrival ATIS. Avimar, not yet. Well, just ask the question, Avimar, regarding what you would like to know about emergencies. So, for information Delta, the runway 34, cab OK, no 6. So, weather there in Munich is good. And also then...
Oh, I'm back with you.
Thank you so much. And just checking the weather, making sure that we still have good weather in Austria and in Munich there. Fantastic. All good. So, emergencies.
By the way...
Yeah.
Just before we go to the next topic, just one thing, because I stepped away for 1 minute. This is also a big topic on VATSIM altogether, because we have situations in which pilots just raise their gears and are passing 5,000 feet and asking for 10 minutes away from the cockpit. And while we do understand that nature calls from time to time, this should not take more than just a few seconds to a few minutes at most. To be perfectly honest, and this is one of the points that I say might be controversial, but if somebody asks me to step away for 10 minutes, I personally feel offended. Really, I really do. Because 10 minutes in that busy environment is an amazingly huge time.
Yeah, so let's say you're doing 7 or 8 miles a minute with your airliner. You're covering in 10 minutes, it's 80 miles. That's a huge distance.
I just want to say that the thing is, a sector normally. So in that time, in 10 minutes, you cross 1 or maybe 2 sectors.
Yeah. And
what are we supposed to do with somebody who is away? I cannot send somebody over. I cannot put him on a heading. I mean, if he's in cruise, that might be appropriate. But if he's flying a short haul through my sector with a climb and a descent, and he's asking for 10 minutes away, I mean, why I'm even flying online? I mean, in that case, we can just pack our things and say, okay, each and everybody's AFK during the cruise, and we just simulate approach operations. And that's not the thing that we are trying to do. We're trying to simulate the whole airspace network, to be honest.
And of course, needless to say, if you are flying on VATSIM, then don't watch Netflix videos, even on a long flight or whatever, right? Just like in real life, real pilots are not allowed to watch videos. They shouldn't even read books, right? If anything, they're allowed to read in a magazine or in a newspaper with short articles, so that you don't get immersed and completely distracted for long periods of time. So needless to say, either fly on VATSIM and stay concentrated and listen in, or log off and don't fly on VATSIM at all. Right? Now, flying Greenland, sorry for missing that earlier. So he asked, can we touch on the topic of pilots' ability to fly their plane? It is not required that they know all about the plane, but they need to be able to meet some standards regarding or which are outlined in the code of conduct. So you especially, of course, then addressing topics like flying holdings, proceeding direct to, make sure that you are keeping to certain restrictions on the arrival routing, etc., etc. So absolutely, and when I get asked, how to go about to join on VATSIM or flying on VATSIM, I always tell them, first of all, make sure you have an aircraft that you really understand and you can really handle, especially with flight management, autopilot and the FMS MCDU, right? Hey, Wickrush. So definitely, that's the first thing. That's the absolute base requirement. First of all, you need to understand your aircraft. You need to be comfortable with the aircraft, and the aircraft is not allowed to stress you out too much, because you have to understand one thing: airliners are complex machines, and normally they are flown by two pilots. And now mostly we do the single pilot here in the sims, which already increases the workload a lot. And then also doing ATC, nobody there to help you with ATC, right? Then workload can get very high. So it is absolutely utmost importance that you understand the aircraft and you are able to handle the aircraft correctly in these situations. Because when do we fly holdings? In busy events. When do we get radar vectors? In busy events, right? And the events are getting busier and busier. I've even heard that some sectors they don't even advertise anymore that they're having an event, simply because
that's correct.
Because people check the booking situations. There's a different website for that, and they see, oh, we've got Hamburg live tomorrow, or they know exactly already. They fly frequently Düsseldorf or Munich or Hamburg, and they know exactly. This airport is usually staffed Fridays, this is staffed Wednesdays, whatever, right? So they've stopped advertising simply because it just gets way too much and too busy. And if everyone sticks to the game plan and everybody does their due diligence regarding preparations and listens in, concentrates, then it wouldn't be such a big issue, right? But we have those.
We do have the big topic on the code of conduct, that is the paragraph B8, which clearly explains what a pilot should be able to do on VATSIM. I will not go over each and every of the items, but there are some things in there, which, for example, is when flying IFR, he's supposed to be able to fly a holding pattern, and I know how it is as a pilot on VATSIM. I've flown many planes in the past that were unable to fly holding properly. But the one thing that I want to tell each and every pilot is, if just do the holding manually. There is nothing preventing you to fly the holding manually. You have an autopilot that may maintain the altitude. You have a heading buck, and you have a stopwatch, and that's all you need to fly a holding. And the other thing is, sorry, go ahead. I have another point to make later on.
So holding, I mean, even if you're unable to fly the perfect holding pattern, right? Let's say you're actually using a heading bug and a stopwatch, and then it doesn't do the normal, predefined flight plan holding pattern. As long as you stay somewhere near the holding area, so in the correct sector, right? Which then would get you the correct ops clearance. That's already something a VATSIM controller will be very happy with, right? So we're talking about these instances where pilots just do the turns in the wrong direction. They use like 3-minute leg distance, whatever. I'll leave it at that.
the thing is, at this point, we don't care about the correct inbound track. We don't care if you're flying the correct entry. Nobody cares about that because that's your pilot's discretion. Holding is a non-radar environment for us, so aircraft within the holding are not going to be radar separated from each other within the holding. Only aircraft that are outside the holding are going to be radar separated from aircraft within the holding. But we keep so huge buffers for that. Yeah, so the only thing we want is that you stay at the waypoint and do not proceed any further. That's all we want. And even worse than the thing that you just described is entering wrongly or flying the wrong direction. The worst thing that could happen is that an aircraft, so we decide a holding is appropriate, the aircraft needs to enter a holding, we instruct the aircraft to enter the holding, and the pilot does not actually enter the holding but keeps flying. That is the thing that happens very regularly, and that just destroys you because you have a certain plan, and if an aircraft is just proceeding out of the holding, you almost can't recover from that in many cases. Yeah.
And it just binds so much capacity for the controller. Yeah, so guys, I'm not sure if all of you have seen this. So yeah, there's a page, Code of Conduct, right? So if you haven't read through there yet, do that, and you'll be amazed. There's some interesting topics in here, right?
Sorry, I need to make a shout out shortly for Flying Fox. Andy just explained before that you were the very first to make a very good tutorial for pilots how to fly on VATSIM. It's not forgotten, and this is the very OG tutorial that we ever had back in 2004. Thanks, Andy, for that.
There we go. Round of applause for that. Excellent. Yes, again, guys, suggestion: have a read through that, especially the pilot's conduct, right? So, yeah, and just like here, like Alex just mentioned, right, regarding holding pattern, it's all there. It's not too long. But you know,
well, I actually do have a routine when I get a new aircraft add-on. I have a city pair that I'm very familiar with. That's Vienna to Salzburg. So what I do is I program a flight from Vienna to Salzburg. I know the routing. I know there's an ILS in the end, and what I want to do is that I'm sure that the aircraft flies the departure route. I want to know that the aircraft flies the ILS. I make one missed approach, know that I can handle that in my aircraft as well, and then land on the full stop. So that is one check right that I do with every aircraft to know if I'm handling it well enough to deal with the most of the VATSIM shenanigans. And I fly one holding, of course, and that's one check right that I do with every aircraft that I buy before I fly on VATSIM, regardless how well I think I know it. And I think each and every pilot should have one of those routines for themselves, one check ride to do with an aircraft that they just bought, to know if they are able to handle one departure route, one arrival route, one holding, one ILS, one missed approach, and another ILS.
Good point.
And if you can handle those things with the aircraft that you are flying, you can handle, let's say, 90%, because you're not flying an IGS approach or an localizer DME approach into Innsbruck every time. We want you to familiarize yourself with that on a different, let's say, check ride. But for basic VATSIM operation, that should be enough most of the time.
High cloud rides, VATSIM pilots often look at VATSPY or other online VATSIM or traffic indications, and then there you have some sectors which don't always reflect the correct sector boundaries, and then they would see a boundary or crossing a boundary on that website, and then they contact ATC and ask, should I not contact the next controller? I'm out of your airspace. Yeah, I mean that's
things. Many people think different about this. So, as my personal take on this is that the ATC boundaries should be. You should not care about those, because in Europe, especially in the German-speaking Europe part, but I think whole of Europe has the attitude that if an aircraft enters your sector, you as a controller send them a contact me message, because there is no way of knowing for the pilot normally where a sector starts or where a sector ends. Sometimes we send you, for example, a contact me message early because there is no adjacent sector online, but we need, for example, to reduce your speed in order to make you fit into the sequence. So just wait for the contact me message normally and don't care about the exact boundaries.
Okay.
If you want to know the exact boundaries, have a look at VATSIM radar and activate the VAT classes feature. That is a feature that is maintained by the VACCs, and there in this particular feature, the ACC or all the sector boundaries for the participating VACCs are very accurately represented for any particular flight level.
Okay, good. Let's see.
But one thing I want to emphasize, if we send you a contact me message early, that's not because it might be that you're not even in our sector already, but we need to have you on our frequency because the adjacent sector is not there.
Okay.
And we need to do something with you, because when the adjacent sector would be there, would call him and say, kindly reduce this aircraft to speed 280 knots for sequencing. But I cannot do that because there's nobody there. So this is something that we actually do in order to make the sequence still work, even though there's no adjacent sector online.
Yeah. Franz, yeah, good evening to you as well. Yeah, exactly. We covered that topic. It's annoying, you know, pilots, a lot of pilots just reporting out of the cockpit for 10 or whatever, 20 minutes on Unicom. Okay, so it's just a free pass for them to leave and keep being online. So annoying. Yeah. I mean, but
maybe the topic that we discussed before, that we postponed before, would be a good addition to this, because somebody, what was the name? That was in November Mike 320 and some others like Mr. Tommy MXR asked for pilot ratings. And
oh yes,
yes. The thing is. The thing with pilot ratings is, and I made this very clear in the beginning, and this is something that I stand behind, is that VATSIM is a learning environment. And learning implies that you have the opportunity to challenge yourself and learn with the challenge you give to yourself. There is no challenge for the pilot if they're flying to a minor airport where there's no traffic and where they just get handed over from ACC to approach and from approach to tower, and they fly the approach as if there was no ATC online. So it defeats the purpose of learning. I think that learning implies that you get challenged with certain situations, but the responsibility of the individual needs to be held high in that regard, that we say we give you all the freedom in the world. You can just create your VATSIM account and you can immediately fly to the biggest event there is if you are proficient enough, if you know your aircraft well enough. That is required to be an option in my perspective. Okay. And this is the reason why I contact you, that we engage in a conversation and try to educate people in a try to give them the incentive to learn, give them the incentive to get better at what they do. And I think pilot ratings are not the way to go. It would be too restrictive in that regard, and it would be very contradictory to everything that VATSIM stands for, in my personal opinion. So
then we come back to the topic that we pilots, since we don't have to go through a training program, we don't have to go through exams to fly on VATSIM, is that we stand to our responsibility to, again, make sure we are able to fly our aircraft in certain situations regarding holding, etc., and also be able to do correct descent plannings, so that we don't arrive, near Frankfurt at level 13 or 130 or higher. What happened to me because I was so distracted. Understand your aircraft and make sure that you are then able to follow the code of conduct in that regard. But it's good point that Alex is just quoting here. It's still a learning environment. You don't have to be perfect. New pilots are very welcome. If you make mistakes, don't worry about it. Don't be shy to, to tell the controller in the remarks section of your flight plan, hey, new pilot, I think so. Alex, do you actually need any more information? So if I write like new pilots in the comment section of the flight plan, is that enough for you guys, or?
Yeah, we prefer the word newbie. We have our ATC client configured in a way that if somebody has newbie or any combination of newbies, so with lead speak or with certain numbers, so any combination of newbie will trigger an indicator in our label, so that we know that he indicates for himself that he is a newbie, and we treat him then as such. So this is very much appreciated. If you label yourself a newbie, we know what to deal with, how to deal with you, and we know for a fact that we need to speak slower to you, or maybe not give you the most of complicated instructions each and every time.
There you go. Okay, so questions. And Pod, thanks so much for the gift that's up to Fighty MT. Pod, so sorry for the late call out. Thanks so much. And Nia 320, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome. A new member. Thank you so much for that.
So before I left to the loo, you were starting with the emergency topic.
Oh yes, so there was a question regarding, so how about emergencies? When maybe not to do it?
So the thing is, on VATSIM, each and every controller can refuse an emergency. So if the emergency is being refused, you have to either terminate your emergency or you have to log off. That being said, is that as a controller, we appreciate emergencies in situations where we are not in an event situation where we are overloaded as we are already, but in a normal situation. And if we and this is one thing that might be sound a little bit soft skilly, but we hear from the attitude, from the demeanor of the person on frequency, if he is professional and will be handling the emergency professionally or not. There are, I mean, I have to say it as I see it, but there are kids, real kids, screaming into the microphone, yelling, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday!" Of course, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that, and I refuse that without giving it even a second of thought.
Okay.
Because I do not want to. But if Austrian 71 Bravo is departing and has an engine failure after departure, needs to hold for dumping fuel and explains it to me in a calm manner, and we can figure things out, and I ask him, what is your endurance, and do you have any special requirements, and so on, and I get clear and concise answers. Of course, that's great. That's absolutely great. What I would do if I would be a normal pilot planning to do an emergency, then I would ask the controllers if it would be okay to do so. If you are surprised by emergency on VATSIM because you have the emergencies turned off or whatever failure modules you have, then you have to appear as professional as you can, and if you get denied still to do this emergency on VATSIM, you just have to deal with it. Sorry.
So I just have a call at Geneva. Geneva, good evening from Austrian 71 Bravo, level 360.
Austrian 71 Bravo, Swiss Rider, hello, Squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000, Austrian 71 Bravo. There we go, 1000. I'm going to log on. Oh, it doesn't have CPDLC. Okay, so I can't log on there. So that reminds me of the tragic crash we witnessed on VATSIM while we flew to Innsbruck, where the winds were very challenging, and then this young pilot came in and went around, and while we prepared the aircraft and taxied out, they came in again, and then I think he even did that third one, and then he said, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday, fuel," And the control says, yeah, so what are your intentions? So yeah, we're going to go to Munich. So he went to Munich, and then we flew along. We departed to the west, and then we flew along, and then he ran out of fuel. And yeah, I mean, kudos, he didn't refuel in flight, right? But he just crashed. He just fell out of the sky. And I thought, I felt so sorry for him because he was taking things so seriously, right? And I'm just wondering what kind of a bad mark that put on his conscience or his mind to fly. But I mean, that's one of those topics regarding understanding your aircraft, understand the fuel flow, understand the principles of flight planning regarding reserve fuels, regarding weather at destination, weather at alternate. And now we are blessed with the fact that the flight sims these days are incredibly detailed and allow you to just really enjoy the changing conditions, and we know that, for example, here in Microsoft we see these big rain showers coming in, maybe some wind changes suddenly that can influence whether or not you're able to land at your destination or not, right? But you need some basic understanding regarding flight planning and understand, what's my red line, where from which point onwards do I have to then divert. And you know me, I'm quoting things like threats at destination airport, increasing final reserve fuel to 45 minutes in that case. Make sure you have a valid plan B, so an airport that doesn't have any threats in it, etc., so that you don't run into that issue, that you force a second or third approach into an airport that has conditions that make a landing unlikely, and then in the end you declare emergency and divert, but you didn't understand exactly the fuel flow and the reserve fuel requirements, and then you fall out of the sky, right? So a very tragic witness thing we witnessed there. I mean, that's,
we've all seen that kind of thing happen. When you control on VATSIM, you see this on a regular basis. There's, along the lines with somebody not being able to land in Innsbruck and requesting vectors in 4,000 feet within the mountains in the valley. So yeah, there's some point in which you hope he has crash detection enabled, and
that's just the way it is. But that's the thing. On one hand, we pilots, we demand add-ons that are extremely complicated, extremely well modeled, just like the real aircraft. That's what we demand, especially then it shouldn't cost more than $30 right? So we have our wishes and principles, but then we get these tremendously highly detailed aircraft delivered to us, and then we should be motivated enough to learn about the systems, learn about what the aircraft can do and perform. But also then understand the basics in many regards.
And generally speaking, I mean, logging on to VATSIM and performing a flight on VATSIM is an active choice.
True.
So nobody is forcing anybody. So if you want to fly your aircraft from A to B without interference, that is absolutely possible. You just don't need to log on. If you want to log on, you are accepting the fact that a whole new dimension of interaction comes with it, because the human-to-human interaction, air traffic controllers to pilot, that is a huge deal of real aviation, and that's the reason why I have not flown a single flight since 2004, not a single one, except for testing flights, but not a single revenue flight, if you so will. I have not flown not connected to VATSIM, because this is something that I want, because this is real simulation to me. But if you are unwilling to handle the things that could happen professionally, then maybe VATSIM is not the place to be. And I'm not saying that you should not be having an emergency on VATSIM. Like I said, a well executed emergency by somebody who's well prepared is a very cool thing to handle. It is a very, very cool thing to handle. But there's several types of pilots, and there's certain types of pilots that we
Lufthansa
will not
111,
serve
for
on an
Great
emergency
East,
because it doesn't make any sense
Yeah.
for us.
Bye-bye.
So again, it's all about doing your preparations, understanding the aircraft systems, kind of having an idea what you have to do. Aviate, navigate, communicate, do your checklists. But like Alex said, if you are able to then integrate that in your whole experience flying on VATSIM, and then if ATC is happy with providing you with the service there for the emergency, it's a great experience. Absolutely.
And one of the points that I would like to discuss, and I'm very shamelessly moving into that direction right now, is that the environment on VATSIM is much more flexible than you are used to when flying the simulator just offline. What I mean with that is that in real life, for example, you have a transition, also a arrival route and maybe a transition, and especially in Europe, those transitions go S-wise around the airport. Those transitions serve a very real purpose, so aircraft will be flying down on the downwind leg, ready to be picked up by the feeder and be fed onto the final approach. And the dynamics of air traffic control in real life as well as on VATSIM are as such that if there is a lot of traffic, you will fly the transition, right?
Yep.
But if there is no traffic, little traffic, there is no reason to fly the whole transition. So the objective of air traffic control is a safe, orderly and efficient flow of air traffic. Safe is first. Efficient and orderly. So for aircraft to go into an airport efficiently, that means that they will be flying the shortest track miles possible under certain traffic situations, which means that when you're flying to an airport, you should be prepared for anything. So you should not calculate or let the aircraft calculate flying the whole transition and then flying in the downwind with 200 feet per minute in the descent, flight level 200, and thinking about air traffic control is responsible for descending me. Yeah, they will descend you, of course, but what I'm trying to say is be prepared for that straight-in approach. Be prepared for that shortcut. Be prepared to turn into final any time. When I fly an aircraft, I tend to fly as efficiently as possible. So I consider a not really existing passenger comfort, so I will not descend immediately at the top of descent. I will descend earlier with 1,000 feet per minute descent rate in order to give the cabin some time to prepare for the descent. Then I will descend with the profile later on, and then comes the transition. And there are circumstances where the air traffic controller provides the pilots with expected track miles to go. So this is a hint on where I should be altitude-wise, where I should descend. Or if I'm not provided with any information, I will always be prepared to turn to final a beam, the intercept fix, the final approach fix.
Yeah.
And we have that a lot of time that pilots are just descending. Let's talk aero speak in managed mode, and they are being cleared down to 6,000 feet on the downwind and managed. And of course, the aircraft will just descend as it needs to because it thinks that it has about 50, 40, 60 miles to go. But in reality, if you observe your TCAS, if you listen to the frequency, if you observe the traffic, you get a sense of, it will not be a short intercept, but it will be about 2 miles or 20 miles longer. So you can anticipate that and adjust your descent rate accordingly. And this thinking ahead of what is going on in the airspace that I'm currently in is one of the things that makes VATSIM, in my experience, so exciting as a pilot, because it is an ever-changing environment. I will be flying into a particular airport 10 times, and I will get 10 different approaches.
Yeah.
And you need to be prepared for that. And this is one of the other things that I want to discuss, to shout out there, is to give people more of an agenda, more of self responsibility to be able to accommodate what is going to happen, and not just relying on the vertical profile of the respective aircraft to do what it is designed to do. And it is designed to fly the route that is in the MCDU and do it with the most efficient profile possible. But that's not going to happen in any way.
I mean, also, like I said, every approach is different, just like in real life. It all comes down to the amount of traffic, the weather situation, maybe even. Sometimes you have different runway that you fly to, different arrival routing. Here, Vienna as an example, IRL, I remember that sometimes, on the Nerdu arrival, I think it was north there, you have the arrival routing to the east of the airport. And then sometimes, out of the blue, you would get a direct past the west side of the airport to a fix close to the the turn point to runway 34. And again, you have to be flexible. The clearance that you get, so the lowest altitude you get as a clearance is, of course, due to usually either airspace obstacles or the traffic, right? But that vertical path down to your cleared altitude, I mean, that's yours, unless you are cleared on a strict arrival routing with given restrictions. But I mean, otherwise, if you clear down to level of an altitude, it's yours. You can go down as fast as you like. And like Alex says, that's the excitement with it, that you don't know exactly when you're going to turn. If ATC is kind enough, expect base turn in 10 miles or whatever. You have something to plan with, right? But otherwise, I've shown this cone regarding your energy management, right? So the further out you are, the higher you are, the more options you have. The closer you get in, that funnel gets vertically smaller and smaller and smaller. So your ability to adapt and do something with speed brakes, etc. is your options get less and less and less the closer you get to the airport. So I'd rather be on the lower end of that funnel than the upper end, right? All, of course, with respect to efficiency, etc., etc. But this is where experience comes in. Sometimes what to expect, and be flexible. But yeah, that's part of the excitement. Absolutely.
Yeah, you provided the community with the rules of thumb, for example, for a 3 degree glide path, for example. So 3 times the altitude. So if controller says to you 50 miles to touchdown, then if you're at flight level 150, you are about on a 3 degree descent path, and you should continue with 3 degrees. If you're in flight level 200, you need to increase your descent rate. If you're in flight level 100, you can mellow it down. Yeah. And these are the things we don't tell the mileage just for our own sake in order to satisfy you. We tell it for you as a valuable information in order to adjust your descent rate, because you have the transition programmed into your MCDU. We know that. We know that you cannot know when we plan to put you onto the final. That's why we tell you the mileage. That's why we tell you, for example, expect straight in. So that means even if you have the transition still programmed in, you can expect a straight in. That means you will be going straight in.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people, or pilots here, they do kind of trust the indications too much. I mean, just like the real aircraft, sometimes you may have a holding fix in there, including a holding pattern which should not be there. But I've had, as an example, I remember that I think it was in Vilnius, where for some reason they changed the arrival structure, and we got the new database, and we descended, and that was one of those evenings, because I was tired, I don't know, complacent, what you name it. I didn't check the routing exactly. I checked a little bit regarding restrictions, etc. And then, but I missed the fact that the aircraft FMS had a holding pattern in the approach sector somewhere, and so the aircraft then calculates that one holding pattern into that descent. And so of course then we descended according to our indications there, one path, but because it had the holding pattern, we were way too high. And then suddenly we got a direct pretty much to the fix on final, and then suddenly, you know, went direct to final fix, and then the holding was gone, and then suddenly I had an indication that I was like, you know, 5,000 feet too high. And I was like, huh? What the hell happened there? Well, if you check the FMS correctly, make sure it has all the correct restrictions, there's no holding patterns programmed there. And then there's always a simple trick, right? So here in the Airbus, for example, on the progress page, you can type in the runway identifier, and it gives you the bearing and the straight-in distance to that threshold or that fix. I mean, there's some pilots that would go and have a look, for example, okay, well, so what's my final fix on runway 34? Okay, that's Fox India 34. Okay, let me type in Fox India 34. And why are they doing that? They're doing that
so you will get several now.
so that you get a window.
Yeah.
And so they mentally say, okay, at this point, so this window, I want to be at this altitude, at this speed, in this configuration. So the Boeing airplane have the same features. Yeah, so don't completely trust what the FMS is telling you, right? Check the restrictions, yes, but even then, do some rudimentary descent planning. And there's something real pilots do all the time, because you know, there's a good saying that in God we trust, everything else we check, right? So this is one of those this is one of those areas, okay? Yeah, just do a second fix entry, make a mental note, and say, okay, so you know, from time to time I'll check the distance to that fix or that threshold or whatever, and you know, does that still make sense? Am I still in that funnel where if I get a direct, you know, I'm able to cover that? Hey, Taylor West, Giga, what's Giga? Oh, garbage in, garbage out. Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Would you mind opening up the transition chart for Vienna,
Yeah, sure.
the runway 29er transition from Nerdu?
The to 9er transition from Nerdu.
The traffic Riga 1, Riga repet, departing direction Homberg.
Is that to 9 transition?
No, that's the wrong one. That's the night transition.
night transition.
I'm asking for the day transition. It should be 5 November or something
5
like
Mark,
that.
yeah, 5 Mark it is.
Here it is. Yeah. So what I tend to do when I'm coming in via Nerdu, and this is I'm not an airliner. I'm just a simmer in terms of flight simulation. But what I tend to do is, you can see it whiskey. So the intercept altitude.
Yeah, 1 second. I just need to call that.
Oh yeah,
Munich.
yeah, of course.
München servos, the Austrian 71 Bravo, flight level 360. Oh, 39, sorry, this one. 39, sorry. Typo.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin?
Florian, Dankeschön. Welcome. Thanks for the 28 months.
Thank you.
Servus München, the Austrian 71 Bravo, flight level 360.
Austrian 71 Bravo, Rheinräder, servus identified. Proceed direct in pool.
Sorry, oh, Rheinräder, of course. Direct to Interpool, Dankeschön, the Austrian 71 Bravo. I expected Munich for some reason, but there we go. So direct Interpool, we'll take the beam points. All right, there we go. Okay, back to the chart. Here we go.
So what I tend to do, and you correct me if that is a no-no in airline business, but at 951, or more precisely a little bit after 951, 3000 feet is to be expected because the intercept altitude is 3000 feet. What I do now, is when flying the Airbus is I enter 4000 feet at 959er, which is the the waypoint beam from minor 5 and remind myself, of course, that I'm busting the minimum with that because the minimum is 6,000, but I know the radar minimum is below that. And so for the descent planning, I know that the descent path gives me a path that I know I will be able to turn onto the final as soon as possible if I'm getting a shortcut through the transition.
Okay, so I would have one problem with that, and that is it can create bad habits where when you alter certain altitude restrictions, especially on the RMP approaos.
It's an RMP transition.
I know, but I mean, you're kind of creating a habit, overwriting altitudes, even though you're safe, you're on the higher side, but still you're starting to overwrite altitudes, which potentially, could lead you in then, busting the required altitudes you should be at to start the approach. What I would do in this case is actually, so one thing I notice as well very often is you have these at or above. So what I do is then change the at or above into at. And that way I know the aircraft will calculate a little bit better descent planning.
Yeah, that's also good.
Exactly, Aviamar and Firefox is that, But I think the good thing is if you are looking at the approaches and actually, proactively making a game plan, because that's what you're doing there, right? You are having a look at the approach, you're looking at the altitudes, the requirements, and what you can potentially do to help you achieve that descent.
It all comes down to
Australian 7 Bravo, descent over 350. Yeah, sorry, that was a descent clearance.
Ryanair 3209er, contact rein und 1360.
Sag dem Alex, er soll uns nicht stören. Tell Alex he's not supposed to disturb us. The thing is, it all comes back to one fact, it's a continuous what if calculation. What if I'm being sent direct to? What if I'm getting an early base rate? What if I'm going to get another approach that I was not planning for? What if I'm going to be sent into the holding? So this is everything you should be considering all the time when flying on VATSIM, because it's a dynamic environment. It's not static. It's not like you're flying on beyond ATC or what else, where you're getting basically the same approach every time. It's depending on the traffic situation, and that is one thing I want to give all the pilots from our ATC side of things. I want to promote that active thinking. I mean, it's the other way around. We have other pilots that ask for descent out of flight level 350 about 300 miles before the destination. Why are you doing that? I mean, what is your game plan? Are you planning to fly for the last 100 miles in 5,000 feet or what? So when asking for descent, make sure that's reasonable. And there are other airports that have no restrictions at all. So our small airports, let's talk Austria, our small airports, they have no inbound restrictions at all. So also in this case, make reasonable assumptions on what's going to happen and where you should be in which altitude. So beam the field. So one rule of thumb that I always go by when flying on VATSIM is when I'm beam the field in 8 to 10,000, I will make every approach normally. That is a reasonable assumption, I think.
But that also then means you understand your aircraft. You understand your aircraft also, performance-wise. You know how effective the speed brakes are. You know certain tricks of the trade, where if you're far away from the airport, you can increase the speed if ATC allows you that, and you're above level 100. Increase the airspeed, get the speed brakes out, because the speed brakes work best at higher airspeeds. Now, if you are near the airport and need to get drag out, then it helps to slow down and get some flaps out, including then if it's allowed with the speed brakes. That again creates a drag and allows you with a slower ground speed to get back onto path. So there's always tricks and things you can do. But I think one of the, like Alex mentioned, one of the biggest issues new pilots run into is mismanaging their energy state and not understanding how close or how much energy the aircraft has as a potential energy and as a kinetic energy. Right.
Mm-hmm. As a controller, I tend, if I want an aircraft to descend fast, really fast, I tell pilots, for example, descend to 5,000 feet, high speed is approved.
Okay, that's a good point.
And that is something that, from my understanding, I know helps a pilot because at higher speeds, more energy can be eliminated and destroyed. But yeah, as you just said, the whole energy management game that higher speeds yield more energy loss in a descent, for example, that is something that is not being talked about as much in normal conversations in flight simming, in a flight simming environment. Yeah, that is something that I learned. Greetings again to Andy. That I learned through thorough tutorials by real life pilots and that is the reason, Black Box, why I really enjoy your content so much, is because this is the high quality content that we really need, the one that actually teaches about such things.
Yeah. Well, I just keep to the real world flying plan. So whatever we have in real world, and this is the thing. I mean, we have a nice, and you've mentioned it earlier, we have a nice, very dedicated pilot community here in this channel, where we do take things a bit more serious and we try to learn the real stuff and try to apply that then on our flights, especially on VATSIM. So you don't have to, okay, it's not a must, but what you have to do as a pilot, if you want to fly on VATSIM, look at the code of conduct and at least be able to follow those simple instructions and understand the aircraft. And then it's up to you to what level of detail you want to go into. But you can, and I've said it many times, sometimes, or actually not even sometimes, very often, flying to certain airports like Munich, Vienna, of course, well actually, be it London, Amsterdam, there's so many airports that come to mind immediately where it feels like flying in real life. Right. So the dialect of the people talking to you, the procedures, the clearances, and that's something I hope that people flying on VATSIM, the pilots, they understand the amazing service that they're getting, being able to really immerse themselves to real world simulation, real world procedures. Brilliant. Something, if we didn't have that, honestly, and people tell me that all the time, once they've jumped into flying on VATSIM, they can't really do without it, right?
I would even go as far that VATSIM is jumping stone to real world aviation. I mean, I could easily tell you 20 or 30 names even from people that I know from a personal circle that started on VATSIM and they are now real air traffic controller or real pilot or real dispatcher or real technician. They all the fascination of real world aviation was sparked by them from VATSIM. And as a matter of fact, I mean, it's a funny thing in many companies, being a member of VATSIM and participating on VATSIM might still have a kind of a negative connotation. But as a matter of fact, the company that I work for, many of the people that are working in certain positions are working or are actively participating on VATSIM, and this is a very, very cool thing to have.
Absolutely.
Because people have realized what a valuable asset it is, not only for recruiting, but also for sharpening their own knowledge. Because what is better than an air traffic controller, real-world air traffic controller, being able to understand what the aircraft are capable to do, to understand what the limitations are, and this is absolutely amazing, and I'm really glad to be part of this.
100%. And again, proves how how good these add-ons have become.
I don't know, 6 Alpha Romeo.
Let's see if
and vice versa. We have a lot of air traffic controllers on VATSIM that are real life pilots on small aircraft, on huge aircraft, that find themselves in a position from time to time, which they have told me, that the person sitting next to them doesn't understand what ATC is doing right now. Why are they still on the heading?
Yeah.
Why are they not getting that base turn? And he explains it to them because he knows, because he has that simulated ATC experience. And this is so extremely valuable.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just checking the chat to make sure we're not missing any questions there. Flying Fox VATSIM also says, VATSIM Germany, Switzerland, Austria have dozens of members who became IRL aviators. VATSIM definitely helped their skills. Yeah, and imagine VATSIM as a free platform, right? To do that. I mean, even so here's the deal. So as I'm now going back to SAP and PPL, so VFR flying, so being able to go on VATSIM, let's say Bremen Airport, and do the VFR arrival and departures there, is something that helps me tremendously with my radar telephony, especially if I'm doing it in German language, which I have not done for 30 years. Right? So yeah, huge possibilities there.
Indeed, and in my job, in my office job, I'm very involved with the needs and the requirements of our air traffic controllers and units in whole of Austria. So not only in the area that I work in, but also Salzburg, Linz, Graz, Klagenfurt, Innsbruck, Zeltweg, military. And the thing is, I might not be as proficient in the knowledge of the respective sectors as a real-world air traffic controllers in that particular sector is, but I have more knowledge about those sectors and about their needs and their requirements and what bugs them than another air traffic controller from ACC would have, for example.
Yeah.
Because I have hands-on experience, at least on VATSIM, so I know how their airspace work, I know how their flows work, I know what the terrain limitations are, I know what the issues are with missed approaches that go the other way around through the valley and stuff like that. And it helps tremendously having all that knowledge without ever putting myself in a situation where I would put myself up on the same step as somebody who has an actual rating for that position. Yeah. But the understanding is there.
Brilliant. Right, I have to quickly stop the discussion here because we've got a runway change, runway 29 now.
And I'll be right back.
Yeah. So we'll have a look for the arrival via Nemai. So let's have a look. Right, maybe the other website helps better, the Lido charts there. So let's do that. Let's go.
Section 24 Victor, switch to advisory, ciao.
So let's go arrival. So that's the Neymar. So it's still a Neymar to whiskey then, it seems. Yep. And then approach. Now there's going to be a transition. So the transition for that is going to be the full mic, it seems. So the ballot full mic transition. So that's what we're going to have to find now. Good, Wilco, descend to maintain flight level 330. That's interesting. And cross inpull 5 miles prior at 330. So what we're going to do now, actually.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So now I'm going to do this with vertical speed, simply because I can do this a little bit better. Now, active Rheinradar. Still, okay. So, Ballot should be the Ballot 4 mic arrival transition. There it is. So let's have a check here. Yeah, so runway 29 is Ballot 4 mic. So we're going to take the Ballot 4 mic there. And into that. Right. Now, first of all, we're going to fly the aircraft, obviously, and now contact Wien. Okay, so I expected Munich, but we're going to go straight to Vienna. 32.19. That's probably going to be the automatic handover. Servus Wien, the Austrians, 7-1 Bravo, reaching maintainable 330.
7-1 Bravo, Wien Radar, Servus, Radar Contact, cleared Nemal to Whiskey Arrival, direct Barok.
Cleared die Nemal to Whiskey Arrival and present positioned direct to Barok. Dankeschön. So already cleared to the endpoint of the arrival. And there we go, now logon is accepted. So you have to be a bit patient sometimes with the handovers, but it has worked out. Star 330. Good.
So just to put things into perspective, the controller you're now talking to is also working at my company, and the approach controller you'll be talking to later on is an actual pilot as well. So the real life connections are really strong, and we have them all around. So also the real life discussions at this point are very thorough, I might say. So we have a lot of insights from several points of view within our community, and that makes the whole thing very professional, I have to say. Yeah, you get a lot of insights from different points of view. You get pilots insights, you get ATC insights. So the whole community has grown and professionalized itself, and it's growing even more and even becoming more professionalized, if I might say so.
Yeah, absolutely. 64th Sam, hello to you. Do you know how the auto estimate fuel board is calculated on the fuel prediction page? Is it based on a straight line? No, normally. So yes, so if you don't have an alternate routing, then it is a straight line. Yes. But I mean, you can, if you want to take the time, you can actually program the alternate routing there to your alternate right. But normally, so here is the endpoint fisherman from the. Well, actually, look, it has loaded some of the routing already automatically, and so sometimes it does that. And if it loads the alternate routing here, so for today is Munich as an example, right? Soville, right? Sydney, Barksey, then you know it's not direct. It's actually following the routing that it has in the flight plan. But that's a good question, because it can make a difference in the fuel planning, right? Right, let's descend level 250. Going to use that with managed descent, Alt Blue 250. Wilco. Send. Now, in order for that to be closed loop, make sure you get the received by APC prompt there. Lee, mach's gut. Ja, ich wünsche noch immer weiter alles Gute.
Being Radar Cyprus Cafe 302, climbing to flight level 190.
Good. Let's check the distance to... no, that can't be right, can it? Hang on. We have half an hour. Progress. Oh, then that must be the wrong fix they've chosen. Let's do that here. So we have 142 miles to go. So again, I'm checking the logic of the descent calculations from the FMS.
Switch to Unicum 122.8. Thanks for your control. Bye bye.
Good. One more thing to do. So I've changed the arrival. Oh yeah, but I didn't want to check the routing here. Make sure it's still correctly programmed.
And there it is. Ready descent 330, reach at Denver.
Good. Okay, so that's in, and we're going to calculate the... Oh yes, Alex, if you find a question in the chat, feel free to answer.
943 Romeo 1, when ready.
Not a question per se, but there is another topic that I would like to address, but I'm looking for questions first. I would say if you have posted a question and it wasn't replied yet, maybe post it again.
When you reach waypoint Denver, your next waypoint.
One thing that I know I've written down when you were departing out of Porto was that the tower said bye-bye, and indeed that's a very good indication that there is an auto handoff in place.
Yeah.
There's another auto handoff that is in force in some places, for example in Amsterdam or in Munich, where you switch to the ground controller after vacating the runway without interaction to the tower controller.
In Munich as well.
Especially, yeah, in Munich as well. Yeah, exactly, that's what I said. And in the Japanese charts, particularly, the fact that you have to switch over to ground on your own is very, very badly laid out. Because it's in the ground overview chart with just a with a number 1, with a circle number 1, that you have to do that.
Yeah.
So very, very hard to miss. But those kinds of auto handoffs, that is something. So a mental checklist when I'm flying in or out a new airport.
Another with 5215 with an
whether there is an auto handoff from tower to approach or tower to departure, or from tower to ground. That those are the most frequent auto handoffs that happen on VATSIM.
Yeah. Give me 1 second, I need to contact...
yeah, of course, yeah.
Negative, fine.
Wien, servus, the Austrian 71 Bravo, 294, descending 250.
Austrian 71 Bravo, Wien, servus, identified.
Okay, there we go. Contact. Yeah, so what topic did you want to address then?
Yeah, Aviomare asked just over 1 hour ago if there are multiple frequencies for position, for example tower. Mm-hmm. How do you know which one to pick? Easy, the one you're told to contact. The thing with VATSIM nowadays is that so if there are several tower positions online, there should be a ground below that you could contact. If there are several towers online and you're flying into an airport, you just contact the one or the frequency that you're told to. One of the things that I want to clearly address is that nowadays sometimes you see a tower, for example, that is logged in with a certain frequency and you're being told to contact tower on another frequency. On VATSIM there is a primary frequency which every controller logs on to. And even though not specifically allowed yet, as far as I know, many sectors cross-couple the other frequencies that they are supposed to be using. So let's say Vienna, for example, the tower is online at 119.4, but if you're flying to runway 34, you will be sent over to tower 123.8, and you will not see this frequency online anywhere. It's just there. It will be worked on, and the controllers expect you to listen what the controller tell you which frequency to contact, because and that's all it comes down to. The next sector, the next frequency to contact is up to ATC, and when we tell to contact somebody, we give you the call sign of the station that you're supposed to call and the frequency. So contact Wien Tower, frequency 123.8, and we have a lot of pilots that say there is no tower on 123.8. Yeah, that might be the case, but still contact tower on 123.8, please.
Yeah, that's
and that goes for all the frequencies.
That's something I find confusing sometimes. That I'll have a look often, especially on ground or tower frequencies, on the vPilot side, left side, where you get the frequencies, and then something I mentally prepare what the next frequency potentially is going to be, and then I get a frequency which I wasn't expecting, and then I look, and it's not on the list on vPilot. How is that possible?
That's what I said before. Is on VATSIM, especially in Central Europe, we tend to simulate the real-life operations very closely, and the real-life operations mean that even in real life, not all of the sectors are being manned at all the time. So, for example, we have two. Let's talk Vienna. We have two ground frequencies. We have two tower frequencies. But in real life, many of those frequencies, especially in times of low traffic, are being serviced by the same person. Okay. So they are open. They are always open. They are always being serviced. And in order to avoid problems in the procedures, that means that, for example, if let's take a very, very concrete example. So for runway 34, the tower frequency is 123.8. If the frequency would not be used in real life when there's only one person manning the tower, then each and every time the position is open or closed, the approach controller would have to be called and be told to not use that frequency anymore and send all aircraft to 119.4. Okay. But in real life, we still use the frequency all the time. The tower will always send aircraft to 123.8 when approaching runway 34. That's a rule. That's how it's going to be happening. And we simulate it in that way that we service those two frequencies as well as it would be in real life. Okay. And so therefore it could be that an approach controller is servicing 4 or 5 different frequencies, and when another controller comes online, he takes over 2 of those frequencies and is already totally in the game. He already has the aircraft on his frequency that he needs.
Okay. Roger. Good. Quick briefing, guys. Windbound on the arrival, as you can see, towards Baalrook. Got a clearance Baalrook 170 at. Then we go 450 Ballot. Ballot 8,000 or above. And then...
Jet 141, maintain speed 300 or greater.
And then it's going to be a transition.
I can do 290 knots or greater.
Okay, thank you. Then 290 knots or greater.
964, 956, 954... 953, 952, 951, and then onto the... We're going to request the RP approach to 9 out of 3,000 feet. 950, we have a 3-degree profile down, distance of 7 miles, correct. Missed approach point is runway 29, minimum's 950, missed approach 948, right turn back to Fisherman, and we're going to climb all the way to 5,000 feet, and that is all correctly programmed in the FMS. Big shout out to Pilot Deviation. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone, and also thank you for the 4 months resub. And then I just heard another jingle. Oh, and we had a 100-bit donation earlier on.
2171.
Was that Adiola? Was that you as well earlier on, Adiola? So now. Gifting 100 bits. Thank you so much, Adioli, for that. Much appreciated. Yeah, there's an ILS, but I do like to fly RMP approaches from time to time. Because, honestly, I have a feeling that if I fly an RF approach, I don't have to worry about the glide slope mismatch here in the Microsoft FlightSim. Right, that's the idea.
Oh.
So it's a cheat.
Do you have a certain mileage before the final approach fix to be established on the IMON track before allowed to continue on the VNAV profile?
So for us, the only restriction is that we have to be at the final approach point altitude at the final descent point. So it will be Whiskey 950 at 3000. We have to intercept that.
So you're not allowed to intercept from above?
No. So we could be above at Whiskey 951, but at Whiskey 950 we have to be at 3000 feet. The reason is the auto flight system does some crazy things sometimes if you're intercepting from above.
I know some carriers need to be established on the inbound track for certain mileage before establishing on the vertical track.
So let's go 134675.
The thing is, now coming back to the descent planning part of things, in relapse, so what is the next waypoint you're flying to? Is it
hello, sir.
or is it Bangkok?
And he said
all the snarky comments because I thought you were already further ahead.
No, all good.
Flying flight level 220 and expediting passing 6000.
Still on CPDLC, very nice.
20, radio check 60, these are 3000 feet.
Some calling for radio check.
Descent 3000 feet, turn right heading 260.
And Vienna, guten Abend, die Austrian 71 Bravo, 180, descending 170.
Austrian 71 Bravo, good evening, identified, expect LS Zulu approach, runway 29er, descent flight level 140.
Descent flight level 140, expecting LS Zulu 29.
One of the things I want to put out there, without you
approach.
Asking, Black Box, is that... Yeah, of course.
Expect the RP 29, Austrian 7 Bravo. Yeah, go ahead.
2000, cleared
Although you want me to wait until you're on the ground, it's fine with me as well.
Cleared LS Zulu 29.
Is it a bigger topic or?
2000.
It's not a big topic, it's just a statement.
Okay, then go ahead.
Calls Mike, do you read?
The one thing I want to get out there is that I want each and everyone flying on VATSIM to remember that VATSIM is in one way very tightly organized, but that the VSCCs themselves are separate entities that have to go through lengths of organizational and in some cases even legal things. For example, in Austria, you need to found what is a Verein called in English?
A club, I would say.
You have to found a legal club with all that comes with it. So
association,
you have to, an association, yeah, right. So you have to found an association with all the legal stuff that comes with it.
Sorry, Austrian 7 Bravo cleared the ballot for Mike transition and say again the waypoint direct to?
Whiskey 956.
Whiskey 956. Vielen Dank, the Austrian 7 Bravo. So. Oh, good. There we go.
Yeah. And for each and every VSCC you fly into, there's a lot of effort involved with all the training documents, with all the sessions, the training, and everything that's involved. While you might find that you are doing a lot for yourself, for flying, and there's a lot of investment involved on your side, I can only say that the time investment by the VSCCs and the voluntary workers that put all that time and effort into all the negotiations, the member handling, the training, and so on. I want to put this out there in appreciation of all the VSCCs on VATSIM, that there are thousands and thousands of hours involved each and every year by all the individuals working for the VSCCs and making VATSIM the place that it is. And I've been involved for over 22 years, and I cannot tell you how many people have given so much time for all of this and so much effort. And for all your viewership out there, I want to just say the appreciation of you guys, of the pilots, when saying that was a cool event, that was a cool approach, that was nice what you did there. That means the world to us, and we are really happy if we can provide a service to you guys. It makes us really happy.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, we can say at least what I witness and what I hear from my community is that they are very appreciative, and they do understand what it means to have this service available, because it just adds so much to the overall immersion. If we didn't have VATSIM and the dedicated controllers here, then yes, it would be so much more boring, flying along without ATC. But it's good that he's quoting that and saying that that especially new pilots amongst us, they understand how much is being done behind the background by these people on VATSIM to get to this highly professional service that we have here.
Derek, Whiskey, Niner, 5, Niner.
One has to appreciate the fact that all of the software, for example, that is being programmed, all of the data that we use, it's all provided for free. It's in this day and time, it's almost unheard of.
Austrian 7 Bravo, descent 10,000 feet, QNH 1017.
Austrian 245, cleared Ballard for
There we go, 1017, 10,000. Ja, vielen Dank für die netten Worte. Yeah, thanks a lot for the kind words.
Quality 5 Golf Mike, contact radar 134350.
Yeah, I'm going to try to make some cutouts from today's discussions and comments. Like I said, so I think to close off this topic then is one way to show appreciation to what the VATSIM controllers, each and every one of those members are doing for us, is to take the responsibility and prepare and make sure we do our best.
Go ahead, sir. 5 Golf Mike.
It doesn't mean you have to be perfect, but at least do as much as you can in preparations to make sure that you fit in as good and as professionally as possible, to make an enjoyable kind of experience for everyone involved, especially in those high traffic events.
Nothing to add from my side. That's exactly it. Show your appreciation by coming prepared.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Right? It's the least thing really we pilots can do. Right. Good, and that note, so we are inbound to Whiskey 956 at beam point. So now the lowest that we could get is 10,000 at the moment. We are now in the sector, in the sector here. So from that we can even go down to 3,900 feet. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to leave managed descent, I'm going to go open descent to descend a bit quicker, and there we go. Now we already get the 6,000 feet descent here via CBDLC, 6,000 blue. So now I'm going to make sure I'm going to be at 6,000, not above 6,000 there, right? That allows me to shortcut onto final if there is no traffic on final later on. And that's what Alex was saying earlier. Prepare for these scenarios, even if it means, should we still actually be flying the whole transition? Yes, then with 6,000 feet it's going to burn a bit more fuel, but at least we're not getting into that tight corner in being too fast, too high, or as we pilots say, too close to the airport. Good, we checked the RMP, just making sure that we have good GPS primary on both sides. We do. Flap 3 landing, that is. I've checked the landing distance, which is going to be idle reverse or the thrust off. Config 3 with 70 tons is around 2,650 meters. That gives 900 meters margin. We're going to vacate to the right off the runway and then continue with Vienna ground 121.775. Now the good tip here, in order to remember that,
continue present heading will be radar vectors for the RMP 29 via Whiskey 951.
Perfect. Maintain present heading, copied Austrian 71 Bravo. So here's the cabin.
Lufthansa 47 Golf, cleared Nerdu 5, Mike transition.
Cabin ready.
Cleared Nerdu 5.
The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thank you.
Austin 245, speed 250 knots.
Speed 250 knots, Austin 245.
So just
Air Italia 9.
as a reminder, pre-dial the ground on set number 2 standby. Now here I've got the tower already tuned in. So this just helps us to not kind of mess up on the next on the next frequency call. So now already have it in here. I know what to expect.
Your rate of descent, your distance to touchdown could be about 4 or 5 miles.
Ah, beautiful. Vienna in the background there.
We'll expedite this for 8,000.
Guys, if you have any further questions,
With the 6 Delta Bravo, bye-bye.
yeah, post them on my Discord,
Departure
please, in the pilots channel.
Good evening, climb flight level 240.
And then Alex and me will come back to you. Hang on, exclamation mark, Discord. Here's the link.
Lufthansa 47 Golf, direct Whiskey 963.
Direct Whiskey 963.
So now theoretically I could already take a fix on final, but you have to be careful sometimes on these on-off arrivals.
Austrian 71 Bravo, descent 4000.
Descent 4000, Austrian 71 Bravo. Right, this is now something I'm going to do 5 miles there. I'm going to go a little bit speed brakes out.
Maintain speed 250.
Descent 6,000 feet,
Speed brakes.
250, Arabia 812.
Because we may get a shortcut here.
736 Delta, cleared ballast.
I'm going to take the Whiskey 951. He did say that, radar vector Y Whiskey 951.
Platform max speed 270 knots,
So I'm going to go
736 Delta.
select that. The inbound course later on. I'm not sure what's up for us.
Yep.
So outbound is 111.
Speed 270 knots.
Insert.
Cleared
And again,
for my transition,
quickly
speed 270
pull the heading bug again.
Turkish 3
Otherwise, it's going to intercept that waypoint.
2511, contact Praha.
It's one of those annoying things on the Airbus
127.425, Praha radar.
that it does.
Austrian 2511, thank you.
But we were prepared.
It's 127, 125.
Okay, so what's the...
Correction, 127, 125, Austrian
Everything's
2511, thank you, bye-bye.
Good, checklist.
71 Bravo, left heading 360.
Left heading 360, Austrian 71 Bravo. So I'm going to have to read the approach checklist.
That's 6,000.
2,000 feet to go.
Austrian 245, descent 8,000 feet, QNH 1017.
So now I'm just checking the distance to the threshold. 16 miles. Yeah.
736 Delta, descent
Coming
level
into path, speed brakes back in.
120, 736 Delta.
Bravo,
good evening, Austin for Romeo is at 5,000 feet.
Austin 1 for Romeo, hello, identified, climb level 240.
So bar F 1017 set. We have to contact the tower later for the...
Austrian 71 Bravo, turn left to Whiskey 951, cleared RMP approach 29.
Back to Whiskey 951, and from there cleared the RMP 29. Thank you, Austrian 71 Bravo. Good, so I'm going to go...
71 Bravo, speed 200 or greater.
200 knots or greater, Austrian 71 Bravo. So Whiskey 951 direct. This time we're going to accept the nav mode.
Air Italia 91 Lima, are you ready for the base turn?
But we are allowed to slow down just a tad here. And currently we are 15 miles, 4,500. Perfect. Good. Right, checklist. Bar row F1017 set. Seatbelts on. Minimum bar row 950 feet. Auto brake low. And engine mode selector is normal. That's the approach checklist complete.
Speed 220, not Serbia 812.
Sterile cockpit. Exactly. But I mean, if you have questions now, please feel free to ask now, and we'll answer the question after we've parked the aircraft.
Bravo, you may descend 3,000 feet if you like.
Yeah, descent 3,000. Cockpit Austrian 7, no problem. Yeah, here comes flaps 1. Speed is checked.
Austrian 245, descend 6,000
Flaps
feet.
on.
Your distance to touchdown is about 4 or 5 miles.
6,000 feet, Austrian 245.
Austrian, correction, Lufthansa 47 Golf, speed 220 knots.
So I'm going to wait with the approach button until we get
Lufthansa 11 Echo, contact
inbound
134,
to find approach
350,
fix.
134, 350, Lufthansa 105.
Ryanair 31 Golf, speed 280 knots or less.
Rolling down to 280 now, trying to turn golf.
Air Italia 91 Lima, speed 220 knots.
220 knots.
Turkish 3 Alpha Tango, descent 8,000 feet, QNH 1017.
Descent 8,000, QNH 1017, Turkish 3 Alpha Tango.
So now pressing the approach
7
button.
Bravo, speed 180 knots or greater until 6 miles.
180 or greater until 6, Austrian 7 or Bravo. Right, I'm going to dial in 180, flaps 2, speed is checked.
Descent 3,000 feet.
Heading 180, descent 3,000 feet, Arabia 812.
Right, we have up nav, final blue.
3 Alpha Tango, speed 250.
Threshold elevation is 600 feet.
31 Golf, contact 134350, bye-bye.
So at the descent point, I'm going to lower the landing gear.
812, turn right heading 200.
Right heading 200, Arabia 812.
And missed approach is 5,000.
Lima, turn left heading 360.
Right, now it's set, so 5,000, missed approach is set.
Turning left heading 360, minor 1
Over
Lima.
here. Let's prepare for landing.
Arabia 812, speed 200 knots.
Final up.
Speed 200 knots, Arabia 812.
Gears coming down.
Lufthansa 47 Golf, descent 6,000 feet, QNH 1017.
6,000 feet, QNH 1017, Lufthansa 47 Golf.
Arabia 812, turn right heading 260, cleared Dallas, Zulu 29.
Flaps 3, speed check, flaps 3,
Right
now
heading
with 6
260,
miles.
cleared Dallas, Zulu 29, Arabia
The speed
812.
brake lever is so
Airline Pilot
sensitive
Lima,
here.
left heading 320, descent 3,000 feet.
Left 320 and down to 3,000 and
So we're already at final config 3.
7 Bravo Tower, 119 Power Tower.
19.4 feet anxious, the Austrian 7-1 Bravo. And I'm going to dial in the 121.775. Severswien Tower, the Austrian 7-1 Bravo on the RP 29.
7-1 Bravo, hello, 230 degrees, 5 knots, 9 clear to land.
They land 29 and appreciate the latest QNH setting for Austrian 7-1 Bravo.
QNH 1017.
QNH 1017, copied, thank you, Austrian 7 Bravo. Landing checklist, EQM landing, no blue. Clear to land. Right, A321. Config 3 means we have usually a bit higher pitch. So I'm going to be careful with the tail strike risk. 7.5 degrees is pitch limit. And a big shout out again to Pilot Deviation, guys. Check out his channel, please, here on Twitch. Bit of headwind, a bit from the right. Everything's done. Beautiful evening approach. Getting a bit higher, correcting.
Hundred above.
There we go, on path.
Minimum.
Continue. Slight adjustment of the pitch and power again. Too much. Continue. Ooh, getting very high now.
100. 50. 40. Retard. 5.
Right, bit flary. But lots of views today, I don't want to slam it, so...
Green Tower, good evening.
Spoilers, reverse green, diesel.
Arabia 812, hello.
Yeah, exactly, and Cessna flying.
7-1 Bravo, contact ground, 121.775, tschüss.
Vielen Dank euch, 121.775, tschüss, die Austrian 7-1 Bravo. We'll take the high speed here.
Yeah, follow for 126.
Right.
Taxi var Mike to Alpha 2.
136, good land.
Controller terminated, CPDLC.
5 knots, 9 clear to land.
Clear.
Now, always advisable before actually contacting ground to have the airport map open so that we have a good idea where to go. Being ground, Servus, the Austrian 7-1 Bravo just vacated Alpha 9.
Schwarzküsten 7-1 Bravo, Wing Ground, schönen guten Abend. Hast du Flughafenrundfahrt gewonnen? Gate Foxtrot 36 via Mike and Whiskey. Ciao.
Wunderbar. Foxtrot 36 via Mike and... sorry, say again, Mike and?
Mike, Whiskey und auch noch die Blue Line dazu.
Okay, Mike, Whiskey und dann auf die Blue auf Fox 36. Dankeschön, the Austin 7 Bravo. Right, so we have the Mike here. And then we go...
Ground Afghan 234, ready to push start.
On Whiskey. And then the Blue Line on the other side. The airport Rundfahrt.
Last station calling second course only.
Afghan 234.
Afghan 234, Wien ground, good evening.
Let's do the after landing items. Maybe shut down the engine if it's a long taxi in.
Wien ground, Chris Scott, Austrian 701, ready to push. Austrian 701 ground, Foundation nochmal push and start a post.
So that was a very nice economic approach, very nice shortcut as well at the end. So he's waiting, thank you very much. Beautiful, look at that. A little bit haze there.
Bean ground, good evening, Arabia 812, vacated Alpha 7.
Arabia 812, Vienna ground, Merhaba, taxi gate Charlie 38 via Mike. Goodbye.
After landing checklist completed.
Taxi Charlie gate 38 via Mike, Arabia 812, Marhaba.
Nice. Good. So, yeah, anything you picked up, Alex? Any new questions? Anything?
Yeah, yeah, several. You want me to start?
Yeah, sure.
Good. At what times would ATC appreciate being asked about speeding down or up, like in descent, and it decides to slow down to green dot? Do you want to be asked? So the thing is, what I tend to say to my trainees each and every time is that if you don't do active speed control, you do no speed control at all, so you leave it up to the pilot. In real life, that's not so big of an issue because the airlines are flying their company mandated profiles, so they fly a certain speed in descent or fly a certain speed on a downwind, which is first of all to be expected, and second of all mostly reasonable. On VATSIM we have the situation some pilots tend to slow down a little bit too early. So we need to instruct them with a speed and then keep them on a certain speed. So on VATSIM more than in real life, we train our trainees with the mindset that they actively control the speed if the speed is a factor at all. So if you do not get any speed restrictions from ATC, I would say do what would be done in real life. So something that is reasonable, something that is compliant with passenger comfort, something that would be reasonable also for your company. So below 10,000, even if it's in airspace Charlie flying with 340 knots, most likely won't be reasonable for most of the companies because of the bird strike risk, for example. I don't know how you see that black box, but below 10,000, 280, 290 is something that is more reasonable than 320, 330 or something like that.
Yeah, especially since energy, kinetic energy has a mv squared, so it's a times square increase in dynamic pressure from any bird strike. So yeah, definitely.
So on VATSIM, like I said, we tend to do very active speed control with the pilots, especially the ones that we do not know. Thing is, if you have a particular a voice that is recognizable, and you call in, and you have been to this airport many times before. We recognize you and know if you are a capable pilot or maybe not so much. And if you are if we know for a fact that you can be trusted, we don't do speed control. We just let you fly your thing and do your thing until we actually need a speed control. But most of the time we do that more or less actively. So keep a sensible profile, speed profile, and you should be fine. One thing that is absolutely for sure, if you have doubts, if you think you're going to be too fast to reduce the speed later on the approach, you need to ask for speed reduction. Please do so, and we appreciate that very much. The thing is, that is a mutual trust that is being established. So if you ask us as a pilot for lower speed due to approach, we know for a fact that you know what your aircraft is doing, what the aircraft is capable, or at least that you're looking ahead and trying to sort things out. So if you say we need to reduce speed now, tell us and we will accommodate. That's basically it. Pilot Deviation asked whether one should start IFR or VFR when they start the VATSIM journey. That's a very difficult answer. I think Andy already answered that. What do you feel more comfortable with? I think the IFR side of things with flying on rails, more or less, and following prescribed procedures is easier to some extent. With VFR, you have much more decisions to make in a very short amount of time, and you are far less held by ATC. So I personally would say starting IFR on VATSIM is not a bad idea. In fact, what would you say, Black Box?
I think so too. I think the only thing you have to understand is you need to understand your aircraft and be able to control the aircraft in terms of flight management, autopilot usage, that sort of stuff. Because VFR flying, the problem with VFR flying is that even though you're not going as fast, and even though the aircraft may potentially not be so complicated, you are then actually still have to actively make sure you don't bust any airspaces, right? Which can be somewhat overwhelming at the beginning. So I would start out IFR as well, but maybe with an aircraft that is maybe not so complicated to use. And then practice, make sure you are proficient.
Watch out, some drone, reverse taxi.
32.
Austrian 701, taxi straight ahead, hold shot mic.
There we go.
Straight ahead, hold shot mic.
Yeah, so I would agree. Start with IFR.
Winky Zero asked, is there a difference for the controller when I say radar flight level 340 versus radar flight level 340 inbound waypoint? As a matter of fact, it does not make a significant difference. So the standard phraseology is on initial call to say the current flight level and the cleared flight level. So passing flight level 240, climbing flight level 340. The inbound waypoint we should, in ideal circumstances, already know, because it should be coordinated or apparent from your flight plan. Especially in free route airspace, one thing that you need to consider is that sometimes you go direct for hundreds of miles. So if you say you're direct inbound to, let's say, a waypoint Suben, that could be anywhere from Hungary to Croatia to Slovenia to Slovakia. That could be anywhere, literally. So the inbound waypoint doesn't make any sense for us most of the time. So not really necessary, to be honest.
Nate, thank you so much again for your gifted subs, Nate, and thanks for the support. Thanks for the kind words, Nate. Have a great weekend. Oh. That's why I don't like taxing single engine on the 321. It just takes so much power, especially when you've stopped the aircraft. Alright, let's set the parking brake. AP was running, and make sure we switch off the electric pump here.
Tower 119, decimal 4, 771, thank you, choose.
Contact tower 119, decimal 4,
AP is set. Engine spooling down. Beacon, seatbelts.
Boarding requested.
Request deboarding. Fantastic. Yeah, I'll read one more checklist and then we're ready for the final round of questions if you still have some. Let's get the fuel pumps off. Round part one in the meantime. Yeah, noise abatement. Sure that the man, this brake lever. Good. So we've got the parking checklist. Parking brake or chocks. Park brake is set. Engines are off. Fuel pumps off. And transponder off. And yellow ELIC pump is also off. That's the parking checklist completed. Brilliant. Good. While we watch the boarding going on, let's see.
Alpha KL had a question. I dislike when controllers send taxi instructions when I'm still on the runway. It is difficult to cope handling the aircraft, decelerating, and have the instructions. I always wait and ask the guy to repeat. Not very efficient practice from my point of view. I know where you're getting at, and giving text instructions while still on the runway is actually a no-go, to be perfectly honest, from an ATC point of view, because we do know that the deceleration phase is a critical part of the flight, a very critical part indeed. So a good air traffic controller should give instructions only in a situation where the vacating of the runway is ensured, and when the aircraft is obviously not in the high-speed regime anymore. That being said, what a good air traffic controller on an airport would do is, after vacating, to tell you to keep the flow moving and to not clog the taxiways, is during your while you're vacating, tell you after vacating, continue right on Delta and contact ground 1216. That is one of the things that is actually encouraged, to keep the taxiways and the intersections clear, but not to give you extensive taxi instructions while you're still in the decelerating phase. So indeed, if you're still in the high-speed regime, so above 80 knots, and not actually vacating, what you're doing to clarify and have the taxi instructions to be repeated is in my point of view, a reasonable thing to do. But if you're already in the slow speed regime and already in the process of vacating, and you're getting something like after vacating continue on Delta, or after vacating Delta Lima, there's two taxiways. It's not too complicated. That is something that should be that should be able to be executed by you, especially if you have looked at the charts beforehand and know what taxiways are where after you vacated.
I hope you agree. Yeah, absolutely. I spoke. Of course, that's what I mentioned earlier as well during the stream. Yeah, we should be aware that we pilots, we fly these complicated add-ons that normally two pilots have to work on, and the pilot monitoring usually does the radio comms, right? It does help, but I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, you have the option to fly in shared cockpit on many add-ons. Which I always advertise, but if you're flying on your own, it's just one of those things. Of course, it's high workload, and yes, and it means you have to be able to fly and control the aircraft very well, very proficiently. But that's just the way it is, right? I think again, one of the biggest points we want to get across is that. We're not against each other. So it's not about pilots against controllers and controllers against pilots. It's exactly opposite. We're both trying to find and communicate topics that need addressing because it is causing friction, right? It's causing friction in the system, which creates just creates discussions and maybe even some negative vibes, which can be avoided, as we mentioned, by pilots preparing properly, understanding the aircraft, knowing how to program holdings, knowing how to fly these procedures, You know, but do you have to be perfect? No. And Alex nicely pointed that out. VATSIM is a learning environment, and so any mistake you make here is something you can take away from and learn from it, and you know, not having to worry about making an actual dent in the aircraft as in the real world. So yeah, see it as a challenge, all right, and the bonus at the end is if you manage you know, a complicated approach somewhere, you know, in an airport that's challenging with challenging weather, including ATC, the whole thing, the whole puzzle comes together, and you get an amazing experience, something yeah, you don't really experience anywhere else, in any kind of other game genres, right? Oh, sorry, simulator genres. It's not a game. Hey, how did that come out? Yeah, so again, I would like to offer the opportunity. Anybody still have some questions?
Two things.
Yeah?
I've already got it from the chat. Avimare replied that the Airbus wants to slow down to green dot speed when leveling off and off the profile. That is for a particular reason. Blackbox, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the Airbus reduces to green dot if not cleared further down, in order to avoid putting any more energy into the system. So it gets to idle and goes to the green dot speed in order to allow the aircraft, once cleared again for descent, to catch up with the profile by allowing it to accelerate again. That is my understanding from what the Airbus is doing.
Yeah, normally now green dot would only be used by the systems if you are already either green dot is at the lower band of your speed bracket, upper and lower boundaries. Yeah. That usually ends at lower altitude at the green dot. It wouldn't really go directly to green dot and maintain green dot per se. You know, so that the bracket disappears. It will only disappear if you have the approach phase activated. But otherwise, yes, otherwise it's correct what you're saying. If the speed bracket has a lower end at green dot, the aircraft will do what we call energy trading. It slows down to the lower bracket, allowing you then to speed up again, up to the upper bracket part of the speed band in order to catch the path again. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So what it's basically happening is the Airbus is allowing you more or less automatically, if you have the approach phase activated, to level off, and the Airbus reduces the speed and therefore does not put more energy into the system in order to avoid having too much energy when being turned on to final or being descended any further.
But
so that's my understanding.
Exactly. But that makes then the pilot being responsible to make sure that, let's say you have got an instruction maintain 220 or above, right? And let's say green dot is at 200. You have to be careful in that automated mode, so that it doesn't go to 200 knots, right? And then busting the separation. Yeah. So again, something we pilots have to look out for.
And Nate pointed out, probably getting told off by US controllers for all my European training. That may be indeed the case, because FAA at some point in time just decided that they will not follow the IK or in the EASA shenanigans and make their own rules. For example, one of the major differences that come to mind is that in Europe, when you are cleared for an approach, you are expected to continue on the last assigned speed that you have had instructed. Whereas in the FAA, when you're cleared for the approach, that cancels effectively all your speed restrictions, except if you are instructed another speed together with the approach clearance. That is two different approaches to the same problem, basically, but this is something that has to be kept in mind when transitioning from US flying or Europe flying, that some rules are different and the implications are different, and I can only recommend, there are some very good videos out there for people that are flying both areas, and they explain very well the differences in the different regions. So one of those things I just pointed out, but there are many others.
Yeah. Excellent. Right, guys. So before we log off, big shout out to some amazing people today that have been so generous. Voyager, Dankeschön. MAN, Avimar, Scotty Tohoti, Flying Greenland, Nate, the Pilot Lad, Stormy Flyer, and also Pod, all of them gifting subs today. And also to the donations that came in today. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for all that support. Incredible. I'm glad that shows the appreciation as well for the topic that we're covering. And hopefully we cleared up some points today. Yeah, 4 hours already. Yeah, McChester, and then we come to the next point. Obviously, McChester. Thank you so much, Alex, for taking the time to be here and clarifying many points, many confusions, and help us pilots become better. And the main goal, obviously, is to become better pilots and to make the whole experience better for both sides, ATC and pilots.
Thank you so very much for having me. It was a real pleasure being here. And one thing that I need to emphasize once again, if in doubt, just ask ATC. They will help you out. It is a learning environment, and it will always be. And we are always there to help you out, guys. Anytime.
Thank you so much. Good. Guys, yeah, if you still have questions or you suddenly watch a replay or if you do on demand and you say, oh, I've got a question regarding that, just come to Discord here on my channel and then post a question there on the Pilots channel and we'll get back to you with a good answer. Reynold, auch dir, gute Nacht. So I do wish everyone a very, very happy and wonderful weekend. The next stream will be Monday. And I think I may pick up the topic of stable approaches again, because there was a report out, preliminary report out on the, I think it was United 767 incident in Newark, where it looks like from the investigations that they did have 4 red light indication there, and the captain briefing that he would be aiming for 3 red, 1 white indication on the approach. So, special stream from Marco.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Black Box.
I think we'll do that on Monday.
New subscribers should now pick up
or whatever comes up as well over the weekend regarding new add-ons and so on. So looking forward to that. And Limsco, thanks so much as well. Limesco 87, thank you so much for Twitch Prime, and welcome to all the new members here. Yeah, and also there was a request for the German live stream next week regarding the topic we covered today for people that maybe are not so understandable or proficient in English. That way we can reach more people out there and make sure they get the information they need. Flying Fox VATSIM, thank you so much as well to you. All the help. Thank you. Mark, many moderators, thank you so much for all the help. Thanks for being here. Good. In that regard, Alex, thank you so much once again. Good night. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Good night. Bye-bye.
Aber bleib mal ganz kurz hier noch im Discord. Ich bin gleich bei dir.
Selbstverständlich.
Okay, ich danke dir. Okay, guys. Good night. Here's the outro.
Good
night.
night.
See you soon. Dankeschön. And once again, big thank you. Take care.